Hello, everybody. I hope your Wednesday is going well, and glad to see that I'm coming through okay. Should have done a proper muting before, or audio check before I started yapping, but well, whatever. So, I had the coughing fit from hell last night when I went to bed. I don't know what it was that seemed to flare it up here, but when I tried going to bed last night, I just had the longest freaking coughing fit. It just wouldn't let up for what felt like hours. I don't know if it was something in the nighttime air or what have you. I had my room's air filter on and everything, so I don't know what exactly caused it. I mean, it couldn't just have been drainage from my sinuses or anything like that, but yeah, it kept me up for a few hours longer last night than I wanted to before I eventually managed to get under control. And well, I guess today my condition is still a bit comparable to yesterday's in regards to my health. My throat, my voice is still not 100%, so I still sound a little bit raspy, and if I try to raise my voice a few octaves or anything like that or a certain way, it will bother my throat and all that, and it'll end up sounding rather muffled or weird or something like that. So I can't be as vocally expressive as I normally would like to be under any other circumstances. But despite that, I'm going to push on through today as well, because the rest of this week is going to be busy for me as far as my work schedule and everything is concerned. And I've been feeling bad about all the delays I've been making here in regards to getting content out, and I want to try to get something here on my last day off. Hey there, Conkle. Well, we're about to start what, at least as of this stream, is probably going to be the very last Higurashi Sound Novel arc, along with that drama CD story that I think it was you that actually linked me to it on the Discord server. I'm going to be starting that first before we get to Mehagashi proper. It's only about 42-ish minutes and all that, so it doesn't seem like it'll be that much of a serious deviation. And hey, if Mehagashi ends up being a surprisingly short affair too, maybe it's possible I'll be able to one-shot this thing, one-shot this whole thing. Don't know for sure, but if not, then I don't know. I somehow don't think it's going to last more than maybe 2 streams at the most. Yeah, it would be better for your voice. Yeah, you mean for me to watch my volume and everything like that? Yeah, believe me, I'm trying. No way. You're talking about just making sure that I. Yeah, you're talking about the rest of my week. That's right. Okay. I assume that's what you mean. But yeah, it would be for the best that after today and everything, I just take it easy regardless. I mean, I'm going to have to because of my work schedule, like I said. So it'll give me some time here to give my voice a rest regardless, and continue healing up from this double ear infection and everything that I've been dealing with. But I'm hoping that by the time next week rolls around and I gotta get some I gotta get some stream set for Steins Gate and Noel, I'll be completely back to normal by then. Fingers crossed on that. I still find it hard to believe that it's been 5 years since I started covering the Higurashi Sound Novels. All the way back when I covered Onikakushi about 5+ years ago. And it just seems like it's only happened like a few weeks or something like that at times before now, and now here we are. Where does the time go? But I mean, hey, we still got Higurashi Go and Sotsu after I get done with the sound novels regardless, so we're not quite out of the woods yet. At least we won't be when it comes to Higurashi, but we're getting there. The end of a chapter is definitely upon us. If not for Higurashi just yet, then the sound novels for sure, at the very least. And well, I don't know. I can't help but find it kind of funny that we're going to essentially be ending the sound novel series on some fan service heavy content of all things, when for most of the whole series, all the way up until now, it's mostly played itself pretty seriously, took its subject matter and story content rather seriously, and even started as what many could charitably argue as a straight up horror series. How do you go from a psychological thriller / drama / horror series to whatever the hell we're going to be subjected to in Mehagashi and this other arc I'm going to be covering real quick is beyond me. I'm not complaining, though. Don't get me wrong. I am a fan service enjoyer. But it's just funny to me to think about. We start on such a serious note 5 years ago, and when it comes to the sound novels, at the very least, we're ending on stuff like this. There's a certain layer of irony to it that I just can't help but find more than a little amusing, you know? But that being said, I think we should just go right ahead and get right on to the main content, so to speak, so we can maximize the amount of time that we have for today. I'm not going to try to push things out like I ended up doing last night with Silent Hill 2 Remake. Almost 9 hours was definitely quite a record for me. I definitely, for those of you who may not have been present, do not expect me to make that a regular thing. That is definitely out of the ordinary, the amount of time I decided to spend yesterday on Silent Hill 2 Remake. I think I'm only halfway done with that game at this point, which is funny and maybe a little distressing to think about, depending on the context, but I won't get into that. So, Kataribanashi-hen. LOL fan service. There's definitely lots more to the anime too. Anyway, time to get to watching. Yep. Or rather, in this case, since this is a drama CD that we're going to be starting with before we get to the sound novel proper, lots of reading. Because I can glance over this thing, and it looks like it's just going to be a text-only affair. So sadly, we're not going to have much of anything interesting as far as visuals go this time around. Not even like with that other little side story thing I covered in the previous arc as well, where we at least had some nice little drawings to look at as all the hilarity was happening. But who knows? Maybe that won't be much of a problem. One way to find out, am I right? So, let's get started.
ある聖者が言いました。神のもとに皆平等です。ある聖者が言いました。法のもとに皆平等です。ある凡夫が言いました。けれどもあなた方は今日も肉を食い、馬に乗ってきたではありませんか。
Okay, so what exactly does eating meat and riding horses have to do with being equal under God and the law exactly? Unless the ordinary man is asking whoever he is asking that to, unless he's pointing out that somebody unless there's a lot of people, unless he's somebody who hasn't ridden a horse or eaten meat or something like that, and he's pointing out some kind of inequality under God and the law. Seems like a bit of a strange thing for the ordinary man to ask, given the first two lines. But I assume I'll come to eventually understand it as we go along.
どうしてこんなことになったんだろう。どうしてこんな悲劇が起こってしまったのだろう。
Sounds like somebody's
あいつが
Digging?
近づいてくる。体が動かない。こんなところで殺されるのかよ。何なんだよこの結末は。死にたくないけど今度はどうやら無理みたいだ。
Okay, if you're gonna kill him, could you at least find a kinder method other than
ごめん。
burying him alive? Oh. I guess electrocution is a much more quicker way to die.
日暮らしの泣く頃に語り話編3。
Wait. Wait, there's a 3 at the end of this thing? Or is it 3? Is it... Okay, do I read it as Kataribanashi 3, as a hen 3 limit? Or is the 3 like a reference to a sequel or something? Like there's like... there's a Kataribanashi-hen 1 or 2 before it? I'm a little confused here by the name, by the number here.
リミット。
Hopefully I'm not missing something.
午前の授業終わり。よく勉強した。さてご飯。お姉は授業中ずっとカードゲームの説明書読んでただけじゃない
Hey, Shion's in this timeline.
ですか。知恵先生が睨んでましたよ。
リカ、もうお腹ペコペコでございますわ。お腹と背中がくっつくのですよ。あれ
Keiichi, why are you starving the children? You do realize that it is your duty to feed everybody, don't you? You're slacking. Somebody should flog you for this.
どうしたのかな、ケイイチくん。難しい顔して。お弁当食べないの？
いや食べるけどさ。しょうがない。開けるか。
なんですのこれは。お弁当なのですか？
卵焼きはぐちゃぐちゃ、ご飯はベトベト。
お魚さんが真っ黒焦げでかわいそうか。
Okay, if he actually made this himself, maybe it's for the best that everybody does starve, because chances are it might kill them if they eat it, all this stuff.
かわいそうなのです。
ケイちゃん、一体どうしたんですか？昨日までは普通のお弁当だったのに。
俺が作ったからな。
Okay,
いや
okay,
実
so
は
he actually
昨
did
日から
make
うちの
it.
親が2人とも東京に出張しててさ、飯作ろうとしたら皿は割るわ、フライパンは炎上するわ。
When I tried to cook dinner, I broke the dishes, the frying pan went up in flames, so a call back to chapter 3 perhaps, and the miso soup got up all over the place. Okay, I'm trying to remember. Did some incident in a previous arc happen where miso soup got all over the place? Or am I possibly confusing it with something else I vaguely remember, but can't quite put my finger on where it's at? I know for sure what the frying pan that went up in flames is in reference to. I mean, it was a very memorable scene, even after all these years, okay? The miso soup, not so much.
味噌汁は散乱するわでひどいことになってよ。
それでお弁当こんなことになっちゃったんだ。
情けないですね。
まったくですわ。料理の一つもできないなんて。
確かに。
It is your job to feed everybody, including the starving children, and yet you can't even cook a simple meal. Truly, the children are cursed to have you as their caretaker, Keiichi.
けど昨日の惨状を考えると、俺はこの先絶対に自炊できるようにはならないと確信したぜ。
いや、
Well, I definitely don't disagree with you there.
そんなことを自信満々に言われてもね。
これから俺は親が帰ってくるまで豚骨生姜味ラーメンしか食わないことにする。
ダメだ。
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Okay, from now on, I will only eat pork cutlet and ginger-flavored ramen until my parents come home. Gonna go with the Spartan diet, are we?
帰ってくるまで豚骨生姜味ラーメンしか食わないことにする。
ダメだよ。
I'm just saying, the Spartans needed all the ramen they could get when they kicked the asses of all the Persians way back in the day.
いくら好きでもカップラーメンだけで暮らすなんて。
でも毎日外食したり、沖宮の店に行って弁当買ったりする金もないしな。
Why go all the way to Okinomiya to get yourself a lunch when you can just go to one of the convenience stores in Hinamazawa and just get it there in like 5 minutes? Seems like a lot of work just to get a simple meal.
どうすればいいんでしょう。どうしようもないですわね。
それだったらご両親が帰ってくるまでうちに来たら？
は？
Oh? Mion, you're inviting your boy toy to your roof? Under your roof?
そしたらご飯とかも用意してあげられるし。
And to cook?
でもな、女の子の家に世話になるっていうのは。
そうですね。それにケイちゃんにとっても危険ですし。
Oh. Shion, you're not feeling jealous, are you? That Mion is taking advantage of this opportunity to cook for her boy toy, whereas you, in this timeline too, more than likely are unable to do so for what it should be at this point, very obvious reasons. You're not going to stab anybody over this, are you?
猫に鰹節の番をさせているようなものですからね。
どういう意味ですの？
Espen, welcome to the stream. I don't think they want to bring Sadako to the grocery store where Sadako dropped her coins and no one helped pick up. That's a good... Well, actually, wait. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think that was an incident that occurred earlier on within the story's timeline before Rika started going through the time loops, right? When she ends up basically repeating the same weeks leading up to her death. That incident at the grocery store with Sadako and the coins was one of the incidents that occurred like a year or two prior to the time loops, where she dropped her coins and everything, and no one bothered to help her pick them up because the Hojos were being ostracized by the village by that point during the Dam Wars. Am I remembering that right? Well, while I'm waiting for your answer, I'm going to continue on this for a little bit at least.
猫に鰹節の番をさせて、それにケイちゃんにとっても危険ですし、猫に鰹節の番をさせているようなものですからね。
どういう意味ですの？大好物ってことかな？
守らなくてはいけないものの一番近くにそれを狙っている人がいる。そういうことです。
なるほど。やっとシオンさんの言いたいことが分かりましたわ。サトコも。
I like how she said that as okay, maybe I'm just reading too much into it, but I like how Sadako said that Shion finally said something that she's able to understand, as though Shion all the way up until this point in time has said nothing but a bunch of gibberish that Sadako herself has been completely unable to understand. But maybe I'm just reading a little too literally. But if I'm not, though, that's funny. Well, early on in Rika's loops, she did go back years. Yeah, that's true. That's right. Because the loops... Yeah, you're right. Because the loops had a much longer time frame when they started out. So it could have been multiple times early on for Rika, but yes, you're on the right track. Okay. I'm glad I'm at least on the right track.
分かったのですね。偉いなのです。頭をなでなでしないでくださいまし。
何を？どうしてみんな私を見てるの？まさかちょっと誰が過ちを犯すかそもそも過ちって何よ
何のことなのかなレナに
Oh, don't worry. You will understand soon enough, Reina, and once you do, you'll realize how very cute it is. The Meow Meow will gobble up the food it was supposed to protect. Yeah, that's what happens when you put the rooster in the hen house. Mion's hen house in this case.
マニャンは守るべき鰹節をペロリと食べちゃうのですよ。ニパー。それでつまり、私たちはまだ子供なんだから。
Yeah, legally speaking you are, but I was a teenager myself once, you know, and well, when the hormones start raging, you can't leave them alone. Under any circumstances. Worst case scenario, something gets set on fire. Because it gets hot.
いけないと思うな。みー、悪は滅ぼされたんです。世界に。
That's not me speaking from personal experience, by the way, but it has happened before. Take my word for it. Teenagers and hormones can be a very, very wild mix. Again, I was one myself at one point. High school was definitely an adventure.
平和が戻りましたわ。
ちょっとあんたたち何勘違いしてるのか知らないけどケイちゃんを止めるのはただの利害の一致だからね。利害の一致？そうよ。部屋の模様替えとか庭の掃除で男手が必要だから。へえ。
Oh, I see. So you want me to do your chores for you, hey? Wait, me. Can I even reference myself as... can I even reference me in this context? Because since I'm not even playing an interactive game or anything like that... whatever. It doesn't really... I guess it doesn't really matter. So you expect Keiichi to clean all your dirty laundry and all your various knickknacks and all that, huh? Mion, what kind of example are you setting for the rest of the Sonozaki family? Shame on you. Think of what kind of example you'd also be setting for your future children. And that store is in Hinamizawa, so that might be why they want to go to Okinomiya. But also, Okinomiya grocery store might have bigger selection of fancy food. Well, it would make sense that a store in Okinomiya would, because it's more of a full-blown town or small city compared to Hinamizawa. So I think it would go without saying.
取ってつけたような説明ですね。本当だって。まったくもう。で、ケイちゃんはどうするの？
What are you gonna do, Keiichi? Are you gonna clean Mion's room for her?
しょうがない。よろしく頼むわ。
シオンもそれでいいでしょ？うん。まあ仕方ないか。
今なんか言ったか？
いえいえ、何も言ってませんよ。
ん？そっか。
A pair of teenagers, a boy and a girl, being left alone while the boy is cleaning up the girl's room. What could possibly go wrong? That I definitely can speak from experience, though.
ケイちゃん、ご飯のおかわりは？
いやいいよ。もう腹いっぱいだぜ。
まだちょっとしか食べてないじゃん。せっかく作ったのに。遠慮しなくてもいいんですよ。
いや、そういうわけじゃ。
っていうか、シオン、どうしてあんたまでここにいるのよ。
I was gonna ask that. Why are you even here? I thought this was supposed to be some Keiichi and Mion solo time.
どうしてって。
Solo leveling, if you will.
今本家にはお姉しかいないんでしょ？
そうなのか？
そうだけど、他の家族はみんなで旅行に出てて。
By the rest of the family, do you mean just your immediate family, or do you mean the whole family as in the whole Yakuza family, the whole group and everything of that nature, including all the goons that I would assume ordinarily be patrolling the estate? Because if it's the latter option, I just got one very important question. Where did they all go? And is the entry fee cheap?
ケイちゃんをお姉と2人だけで暮らさせるなんてそんな危険なことできませんよ。ケイちゃんの低層の危機です。何言ってんの。怪しいですね。ケイちゃん気をつけてください。猫と鰹節の話を忘れずにね。しよー怖い怖い。この場は逃げますか。ちょっと他に用事もありますし。
By things to do, I'm going to assume that you set up a little telescope somewhere and you're going to be peering into Mion's bedroom the entire time while whatever happens, right? Like the little sleuth that you are. Mion, do you have blinders on your windows? I suggest you use them.
まったく、シオンは
なんだかお前らを見てたら緊張してたのがバカらしくなってきたよ。
え？今まで緊張してたの？
当たり前だろ。他人の家に住むんだし、しかも一応女の子の家だしな。
私とケイちゃんの中でしょ。そんな必要ないのに。
そうだな。ミオ、やっぱりもう一杯おかわりもらうよ。
あ、うん。どんどん食べてよ。
Rest of extended Sonozaki family? Owner of Angel Mort? Yeah, again, that's what I want to know. The rest of the family in this context is kind of vague because the Sonozaki family could be in reference to two things, as in Mion and her immediate/extended family, as in the actual Sonozaki family, or maybe it could also be in reference to the Sonozaki family, as in the Yakuza crime family group. Because that's how a lot of Yakuza families basically organize themselves under the patriarch's last name and things like that. In this case, the head of the group in question their last name is Sonozaki, therefore Sonozaki group or Sonozaki family. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what exactly they're referencing here. The actual immediate family or the whole family, the goons included.
やっぱり最低限の料理くらいは作れないとダメだね。いつか一人暮らしを始めたら、ケイちゃん本当にのたれ死ぬよ。
She's not wrong about that. And I wouldn't recommend trying to live on a diet of rats either.
そうね。
そう、だから練習。さあ、ケイちゃんも包丁持って。
ああ。
大根を剥くときは、右手の親指を包丁の根元に当てて、左手の親指を大根に添える。で、大根を回していくと。
そうやって剥いていけばいいんだな。
Think of it like peeling a potato in a way. And there you go.
よし、俺も。
We may never know. No, Konko, we may never know. This is probably going to be one of the great mysteries of Higurashi. For a second, I thought I was misspeaking, and I was misspeaking, and I was saying the village's name, Hinamazawa. But then I realized, oh wait, I'm actually saying Higurashi as in the series name. So I wasn't actually misspeaking after all. And I end up stopping myself mid-sentence because I had that little brain fart where I couldn't tell if I was actually misspeaking for a second. I drank some green tea before I started the stream, so hopefully it's still kicking in. Hopefully my mental faculties will, at the very least, get up to 100%. Even my throat and my speaking ability can't right now.
指切っちまった。
うわ、血出てるじゃん。ちょっと待ってて。はいよ、絆創膏。
You could just simply lick my wound, you know. Nature's glue and all that, being a good little coagulant.
指出して、貼ってあげるから。はい、これでオッケー。
ありがとな。
まったく本当に不器用だね、ケイちゃんは。
自分でも分かってるけどさ。でもミオはすげえよ。家事全般ができるっていうのは嘘じゃなかったんだな。
ケイちゃんは一体私をどんな目で見てたんださっさと料理作るよ。大根を剥いて次。
You should. Okay. If it were me, if she asked me that, my answer would have been all fun and games. Tell me that it would not be the most perfect thing to say, especially given what we know of Mion and her character. Just what was your impression of me? That you're all fun and games. I don't know. I think it's funny.
出たんだか。さっさと料理作るよ。大根を剥いて次はお湯を沸かしつつ人参。
お前もレナに負けないくらいいいお嫁さんになれそうだな。危ねえな。
Now, Keiichi, correction. Mion constantly refers to herself as old man, so in actuality, Mion will actually make a great husband.
包丁落とすなよ。
ごめん。けどケイちゃんが急に変なこと言うから。おねえ、ケイちゃん。シオン、帰ってたの？帰ってましたよ。
Her tone of voice, it gives me chills. Did something happen, Shion? You don't have a pencil or something pointy in your pocket or something, do you?
あれ？二人の楽しい時間を邪魔しちゃいましたか？シオン、何ってそんなんじゃ。でもね、おねえ。大切な人とずっと一緒にいられるとは限らないんですよ。
シオン、なんかおかしくないか？
でも一緒にいられるとは限らないか。
Subtly alluding to Satoshi, I assume. Is she actually getting jealous of Mion and Keiji right now? See, I'm actually being serious. Because if so, then I guess that could explain the rather serious sounding opening that we've had to this whole thing so far. Which makes me think that maybe this what I assumed would be another quick little fan service episode before we get to the proper fan service episode may not exactly end as a fan service episode, so to speak. And that sounded a bit strange to say out loud. Perhaps, Conkle, perhaps.
確かにそうかもしれないね。
ミオン？
なんでもないよ。
Wait, what'd you say? Certainly that might be true.
ミオン？
なんでもないよ。
ん？シオンの様子が少しおかしかったのは気になったが、ミオンの家での暮らしは楽しかった。いつものメンバーで遊んだり、ミオンから料理を習ったり。けれど、俺が見ていたものは、所詮物事の上っ面に過ぎなかったんだ。
Seeing how things only looked on the surface? Sounds like pretty standard fare in Hinamizawa to me. Yes, yes. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Is this a pure black screen with text episode? The drama CD thing that I'm on right now? Yes. It does indeed look like it's going to be just that here. However, when we get to the Mehagashi, the sound novel arc on Hope Plus, we'll be right back to the good old visual novel presentation from that point onward. I'm just doing this thing here because it was suggested that I maybe try covering it on the channel too. I figured to make for a nice quick little bit of introductory content before we get to the main event. And we're a little over 10 minutes into this 40-minute thing, so we're basically about a quarter of the way there already. But yeah, this is wait, hold on. There's something right here at the very end, at the 34-minute mark. So maybe not. Maybe not. But it does look like most of this is going to be black text. At least this thing. Fair enough. Okay. I'm also trying to strain my hearing here because we don't have anything visual, any visual elements to work with besides text. So I'm listening out for things like objects moving in the background, or like we heard with the intro of this thing, what sounds like somebody digging something, followed by what sounded like something being short-circuited, an electrical current. So any visual cues I can pick up on that that sound particularly interesting, I'll try to mention.
ケイちゃん、
どうしたんだ？
シオンがどこにもいないの。それに部屋の中がぐちゃぐちゃに荒らされてて。
何があったんだ？
わからない。もしかしたら誘拐されたのかも。
誘拐？何か心当たりでもあるのか？
Now, okay, now that's interesting. Why would you immediately assume that she had been kidnapped? Just because you found her room to be messed up and that she was nowhere to be found in it. She could have just simply gone somewhere. Why go straight to the worst case scenario? Is this actually Mion that we're talking to now, I wonder? Are we having a little bit of a repeat of chapters 2 and 5? Got a little bit of a switcheroo going on here, and Shion's playing Keiichi for a fool. Calling it now. Something about this already seems really off.
ないわけじゃないよ。
え？
シオンはバッチャが旅行に出かけてからずっとこの屋敷に寝泊まりしてた。あの子は本家を追放された身だから本来そんなことは許されないのに。だからそれを知ったバッチャたちが怒って。
シオンを誘拐したってのか？おいおい、本気かよ。
Now that I don't believe, because, well, I mean, given everything that we've seen from the rest of the series and the canon chapters and everything proper, yeah, Shion's not on good terms with the rest of the family, but not enough so to where they would go so far as to just have her kidnapped or something outright just for setting foot in the main house. Even under circumstances like these. Again, something about this seems really fishy to me.
このくらいのことで。
ケイちゃんには信じられないかもしれないけど、そういうところなんだよ。ひなみ沢。いや、園崎ってところは。
誘拐された先とか。
And you're even bringing special emphasis on how stuff like this isn't out of the ordinary for Hinamizawa and the Sonozaki family, which I also distinctly remember was something that Shion herself was prone to doing during the events of chapters 2 and 5, especially by the time she starts going on her rampages. Once again, I'm calling it now. This is actually Shion we're dealing with, and it's not Mion.
誘拐したやつに心当たりはあるか？
バッチャの手下たちは心当たりがありすぎて確定できないよ。
Everything about how she's acting and some of what she's speaking, it's deja vu for me.
できる。
そうなのか？
多分この屋敷。
ここにか？
うん。この屋敷には地下細工殿ってところがある。あの場所ならたとえ人を殺してもおそらく誰にも見つかることはない。
Okay. Assuming that you are Shion, I think I see what you're doing here. You're trying to lure Keiichi to the underground ritual storehouse so you can torture him and maybe even kill him, right? And for all we know, you've probably already done the exact same thing to Mion herself, or at the very least trapped her down there.
誘拐した人間を監禁するには絶好の場所だよ。
そんな場所があるのかよ。くそ、とにかくその地下さ。
Plot twist, it's actually Keiichi's twin sister. Just kidding. Now, that would be definitely quite the plot twist. A twin sister of Keiichi who's a master of disguise and disguises herself as Mion. I mean, hey, stranger things have happened in this series. Just look at the last arc we just got done with.
アイグデントやらに行ってみるか。
さーて、今日は何をして遊びましょうかしら。ミーのうちは大きいのでいろんなことができるのです。缶蹴りもしたし、鬼ごっこも。
There's also, let's swallow everything under the sink. That's a real childhood favorite of mine.
危ない。あら、あの車は入江。
よかった。3人は無事だったんですね。
何かあったんですの？
あ、いや、前原さんは？
圭一は今、園崎の屋敷にいるのです。
Irie, you're not exactly convincing me that everything is wrong, especially given how urgent you seemed when you approached them.
なんですって？本当なんですね。ミオンさんが前原さんと一緒にいる。
はい。
そんな。
Wait. Okay, I think I see where this is going.
そんな。
You pervert.
それでは一番危険な人が守らなくてはいけない人のそばにいることになります。
監督？
いいですか。皆さんはすぐに家に帰ってください。
待ってください。私も一緒に行きます。
そういうわけにはいきません。
こっちだってそういうわけにはいかないです。みーちゃんや圭一くんが危ないって言われて黙って家に帰るなんてできないですよ。レナの言う通りなのです。僕も同じなのです。
ですが、
入江、連れて行ってくださいなのです。断っても無駄ですから。置いていくっていうのなら私たちだけでみーちゃん家に行きます。
仕方ありませんね。
I still have this sneaking suspicion, given that this is Irie we're talking about, that he's most likely misinterpreting the information that the others had just given him in the way that I'm sure you and I could all know, in which how he would misinterpret it. Made in heaven.
でしたら早く乗ってください。ことは1分1秒争います。
はい。
I like how the text for the yes was all well, each letter was colored differently to symbolize the Reina, Sadako, and Rika. A little trouble speaking that there.
それで監督、圭一君とみーちゃんに一体何の危険が？
違うんです、レナさん。
Okay, so on one hand, I'm suspicious of Mion's behavior, and I'm even suspicious as to whether or not it's actually Mion we're dealing with as of right now. And on the other hand, here we have Irie and the others coming over to Sonozaki House. With Irie, I'm assuming creating the setup here to where by the time they get to the house, he's going to basically reveal to them that what he's really worried about is Mion and Keiichi doing the horizontal hokey pokey without him being able to be present, like the damn voyeur that he is, and just getting his fat material. So I'm confused where they're going here with this. Is it indeed gonna go for something serious, or something that will try to subvert your expectations as to it being a serious story, as the intro would have you believe, and it ends up being something fairly harmless and lighthearted? I'm quite curious to see where they're going to go with this. Oh yeah, the 3 in the title is like the third made story with its title being Limit. Everyone being not connected. Gee. So this is basically a standalone story then. Irie knows his favorite Angel Mermaid is missing. Well, yeah. That would cause him distress, wouldn't it? Yep, I think. Alright.
なんだよここは。床一面タイル張りだし。なんだこの十字架みたいなの。
それは人を貼り付けにして晒す拷問台だよ。地下細宮殿は拷問部屋だから。
拷問部屋？どういうことだ拷問って。ミオン、どうかしたのか？
ケイちゃん、一つ質問していい？
ああ、なんだよ唐突に。別にいいけど。
ケイちゃんはさ、私のことをどう思ってる？
は？
答えてくれるよね。質問してもいいって言ってくれたのケイちゃんだよ。
Okay, if I were a dude, and a lady friend of mine brought me to an underground torture chamber, right next to a crucifixion table, and then she asked me immediately after, what do I think of her? Alarm bells would start blaring in my head like no tomorrow, and I would just run for the exit at the earliest possible opportunity at that point. Just saying.
そうだけど。
Doubly so if it's my girlfriend. Then I'd have twice the reason to run in that scenario.
ねえ、ケイちゃん。
ミオン、どうしたんだよ急に。
どうしたって、私はケイちゃんに質問してるだけだよ。ねえ、私のことどう思ってるの？ねえ、ねえ。
おい、
ケイちゃん、
ミオン。
答えてよ。
落ち着けよ。悪い、ミオン。
Unhand me, woman! I do not consent to being groped on the crucifixion
今そんなこと言ってる
table!
場合じゃないだろ。仲間が、お前の妹がピンチなんだぞ。
仲間。
そうだ、ここへ来たのは大事な仲間を見つけるためだろう。シオンは俺にとって大切な仲間だ。お前だって大切な仲間だ。
Casey here would say she's her friend. The bestest friend, I mean, in the world. And that would probably break her heart.
大切な仲間。
Secretly.
そうだよ。二人ともかけがえのない仲間なんだよ。
うん、そう。そうだよね。仲間なんだよね。仲間だよね。
お前の質問に答えたことになるよな。
うん。じゃあさ、レナはどう？ケイちゃんはレナのことどう思ってるのさ。
はあ？
The cutest girl that ever walked the face of the earth. Cute as in Kyute.
なあ、ミオン。お前どうしちまったんだよ。
どうって。私は何も変わってなんていない。
Lies!
ただ気づいただけ。
As the cutest girl that ever walked the face of the earth would say. With passion.
気づいた？
私たちには時間がないんだ。ケイちゃんとレナみたいにずっと一緒にいられるわけじゃない。
ミオン？
I would have yelled that properly, but again, in my defense, my throat is still screwed up.
何を言ってるんだ？
レナはいいよね。望みさえすればずっとケイちゃんと一緒にいられるんだ。本当に殺したくなるくらい幸せだよ。私は。
This right here is the my favorite thing in the world. I think about this everyday meme. The bestest girlfriend in the world. That meme?
もうすぐ一人になるのに。
待てよ、ミオン。俺たちはいつだってみんなで協力し合って助け合って楽しくやってきたじゃないか。それを忘れたのかよ。それはこれからだって変わらない。お前が何を不安に思ってるのかわからないけど、 そんな不安は妄想なんだ。
妄想変わらない？
そうだ。みんなも
No, Keiichi, you fool. You just called her crazy, or at least that's how she's gonna take it, and to never stop being crazy. You don't say that to a crazy girl, okay? You're probably gonna be finding out the hard way why you should never do that very soon. Grab your popcorn, chat. I think we're gonna be in for quite the show.
同じなんだ。誰かが特別
About Reina. Oh. Yeah, I agree.
なんてない。誰かが一人になるなんてない。みんなずっと仲間で親友だろう。どうしちまったんだよ、ミオ。しっかりしてくれよ。
やっぱりね。
何がおかしいんだよ。
まあ今までのツケが回ってきてるんだよね。いくらでもチャンスはあった。なのに何もできなかった。何もしなかったんだから仕方ないよ。
だから何言ってるんだよ、お前は。
でもケイちゃんは今私と一緒にいてくれてる。今この瞬間を永遠にできたならケイちゃんは私のものでいてくれる。そうだよね。
違うとは。
Huh. I'm surprised. Nothing bad has happened yet.
どういうことなのです、入江。
これからお話しすることはにわかには信じられないと思います。ですが本当のことなんです。
もったいぶらずに早く教えませんこと。
彼女は今激しい脅迫観念と被害妄想にとらわれているはずです。全てが自分に対しての負の影響を与えていると。
それどういうことなんですか？被害妄想って。
ミオンがどういうこと？100年のループの中でそんなパターンは初めて。
そして自分に害を与えようとする者を傷つけてしまう。今狙われているのは前原さんです。
ミオンさんがケイイチを？みーちゃんに一体何があったんですか？
And most importantly, how do you know this?
何もありません。
そんな。
Wolf ZX, hey, welcome to the stream. We are currently right smack in the middle of the Kataribanashi-hen drama CD Higurashi arc. Not quite sure where they're going with this thing, but I will admit, I am certainly intrigued. I can't tell if they're going to end this, if this is a story that's supposed to be serious, or if it's going to try and quote-unquote subvert my expectations by ending in a overly ridiculously comical and over-the-top note, much like the last arc did that I covered. Don't know. But I am intrigued all the same. But after that, though, we're going to be starting the last arc of Ho Plus, which will be Mehagashi, which for sure is going to be a fan service episode. So we'll be getting back to, so at that point, we'll be getting back to our regular visual novel presentation as far as the Higurashi content goes. And we may, at the very least, if not finish that arc too tonight, get started on it and get started on ending my 5-year journey with the sound novel series on a fan service episode. Which, again, as I said at the beginning of this thing, it's kind of funny for me to think about, considering how seriously this whole thing started when I started covering Onikushi-hen all those years ago. This is the loop in which Mion finally breaks? Oh god, the world is doomed! Yeah. Not gonna lie, that would actually be kind of interesting, because we've seen how absolutely batty Shion can be when she breaks. How much damage would an insane Mion cause, I wonder?
何の事情もなしにみーちゃんがそんなことするはずない。
違うんですよ、レナさん。ミオンさんには何の事情もありませんでした。彼女は何も知らず全く無関係だったんです。
それはどういう。
ミオンさんじゃないんです。
ミオンさんじゃない？
つい先日のことです。シオンさんが知ってしまったんです。
しーちゃんが一体何を。
サトシ君が生きていること、そして。
Oh. And she learned of the means to wake him from his long sleep. Okay, that is certainly serious, for sure. But how exactly does Keiichi fit into this method of waking him, is what I want to know.
彼を長い眠りから目覚めさせる方法を彼女に聞かれてしまったんです。
サトシ君が。
ニーニーが生きている。
彼は今も診療所の地下で眠り続けています。
I like how he's just casually revealing this deep dark secret to the rest of the cast here, where under any other circumstance he would basically bite his tongue something fierce, unless forced to admit it, which typically always happens when somebody is literally knocking on Satoshi's door down the basement. It seems a bit out of character for him to just almost casually, I'm not going to say casually outright, because this is certainly not casual circumstances we're talking about here. But it seems a little out of character for him to just be casually, well, I honestly don't know what the right word to even use it here is, but to just mention it like this. But then again, maybe that's because whatever's going on here is just that serious. In which case, well, damn, what could be more serious than every other instance of this happening in prior arcs? Went into the series expecting horror. You never knew it would lead you to wherever the hell the last arc was. Exactly. No joke. And that was an arc that started, that by all appearances treated itself completely seriously when it started out in an Outbreak. And then it devolved into whatever the hell it was by the end. That last arc was fucking bonkers. Bonkers might even be underselling it a bit, honestly.
そんなひどいですわ。今まで黙っていたなんて。私はニーニーの帰りをずっと待っていたんですのよ。
私だってサトシ君を救ってあげたい。ですが、そのためには彼と同年代の被験体があと1体。
Find one more specimen from the same age range as him. And that's where Keiichi comes in?
そうなんです。
被験体？
患者ではないのですか？
治療を施すわけではありませんから。ある臓器を提供していただくだけですので。
ある臓器？
Wait, hold on a minute. I thought in every other story arc prior to this one here, Irie had no idea how to. No. The issue with Satoshi is he's placed under a medically induced coma intentionally by Irie because Satoshi is at that point had started to go into terminal symptoms for Hinamizawa syndrome. And if he were to be brought into full consciousness, it would basically inevitably end in his demise while he goes out violently crashing out. And so he's keeping him under a medically-induced coma until only after he finds a means to bring him out of the terminal symptoms upon waking up. So it's not like as though he's in a coma that he just so happens to just wind up in a coma that Irie has no means or knowledge of being able to bring him out of it. He can at any other time. At least that's as I understand it, or am I missing something here? A certain organ. His spleen? Maybe it could be his testicles for all we know. Or his colon. God help Keiichi if it's his colon that ends up being taken away. At least you can live without your balls. The eunuchs have proven that beyond a shadow of a doubt. The brain? The brain tissue. Oh dear. Keiichi, you ever seen any of the Saw movies? The third one in particular, if my memory serves. Because if my memory serves me right, somebody, well, actually, no, I should I should probably just shut up on that one. Keiichi, I hope you don't mind open brain surgery, because it looks to me like Shion, whoever it is exactly that whoever exactly is gunning for you right now, is about to use you as practice for becoming a brain surgeon. It could be he has him hidden from Tokyo. Well, yeah, I mean, Irie has Satoshi hidden from everywhere outside the basement of the clinic. I doubt Tokyo would honestly know anything about Satoshi specifically.
脳みそのことです。
でもそんなものを提供するって。
そうです。そしてシオンさんは。
Oh, is Mion going to take inspiration from young Irie and give lobotomy to remove parasite? Now that would be a twist.
確かに持ってきたんです。ミオンさんを持ってきたんです。
持ってきた？
そうです。しかしそれでは不完全だとシオンさんは知ったんです。
そう、ダメだったんだよ。生きたままの男の子じゃないとダメだったんだよね。
しまった、拷問台がこれ以上下がれない。
ケイちゃん、なんで逃げるの？
ミオン、頼む、正気に戻ってくれ。今はシオンを探して助け出さなくちゃいけない。それが終わったら気の済むまで付き合ってやる。だから今はシオンを助け出そう。お願いだからミオン。何がおかしいんだよ。なんで笑ってるんだよお前は。
笑いますよ、笑うに決まってますよ。おかしい。だってケイちゃん、シオンはここにいるじゃないですか。
どこにいるんだよ。
もう本当にどうしようもなく鈍いですね。だからシーちゃんはここにいるんですよ。
Called it! I freaking called it!
まさか。
こんにちは、ケイちゃん。一生懸命探してもらったシオンです。
シオン。
はい、シーネコさんです。
I know you so well.
ペロリと食べちゃうんです。
And knowing Shion as well as I do, I honestly don't know how to feel about that. Truly, I don't.
よ、 鰹節を
食べる？
大丈夫ですよ。今度は殺したりしないから。ただ
You're not gonna kill me this time? Wait.
ある聖者が言いました。
Hey! Why'd you restart?
彼女に
どうしようもなく鈍い。
Where are we?
これで動けませんね。してもらったですか。
I just wanted
ここ。
ケイちゃんペロリと食べちゃう。ただ
Alright, okay, it's right here. I'm not going to kill you this time. That seems like a very peculiar thing for you to say. Like, what do you mean by this time? Last I checked, except for the last arc, fuck, what was it again? I should know this by now. I think it was Miyotsukushi, right? The it was You know what? Why don't I just double check real quick, make sure I'm getting the names of the arcs right. Let me just hop onto my playlists here real fast. Take a quick look. Let's see, so it should be under console arcs. Here we are. It's Miyotsukushi Amote. It was Miyotsukushi Amote was the only arc that the rest of the characters, besides Keiichi himself, started to recall. Well, I'm pretty sure the other characters in that arc, besides Keiichi, were able to recall at least some of the events from the previous loops, right? And it wasn't just Keiichi? Or am I misremembering something? Or God forbid, just making crap up in my own head? Because ordinarily, nobody except Rika and nobody except Rika would be able to remember the loops. You know, Rika and Hanyu, I mean. Keiichi was a special circumstance under Chapter 6, and Miyotsukushi Amote. Every other time, though, he wouldn't remember events from previous loops, just like everybody else. So, assuming I'm actually reading this right, does she actually remember any of the previous loops? Because if that's the case, how the hell do you remember the loops?
大丈夫ですよ。今度は殺したりしないから。
I prefer Miyotsukushi Matsuri, the PS2 version. I debated whether or not to play the PS2 version or the version of it that I ended up actually covering on the channel. And I chose the one that wasn't a PS2 version. I still haven't taken the time to sit down and actually play it, but I was going to play it on my own time, because based on some information I had at the time, it didn't sound like to me like there'd be much difference between the two different versions of the arcs to where it'd be worth it. It would have been worth it for me to try covering both on the channel. Because we're talking like what, a few minor script changes here and there in various parts of the story. Nothing significantly different enough to make it worth covering.
ただその脳みそを開けさせてもらうだけですよ。たったそれだけです。
スタンガン。
怖がることはないですよ。きっと痛みは一瞬ですから。自分で確かめたことはないですけどね。
やめ。
はい、これで動けませんね。
なんで？
サトシ君のためです。サトシ君を目覚めさせるためには被験体が必要。そしてミオンにはサトシ君のための被験体となってもらいました。
サトシが被験体が必要。 シオン、お前ミオンに何をした？
ケイちゃんにはちょっとがっかりです。私の話ちゃんと聞いてました？被験体なんですから診療所に持って行ったに決まってるじゃないですか。
持って行った？
頭だけでいいと思ったから文字通りお姉の首を切り落として持って行ったんですよ。
Mion! My waifu. My tomboy princess. Only execution can make this right. Keiichi, grab the nearest sharpest implement that you can upon being freed, and inflict great swift justice against this heathen!
素敵でした。
Nobody kills the tomboys and gets away with it.
完璧だったはずなのに。ひどいですよね。死んでしまった人の脳じゃダメだなんて監督言ってなかった。しかも男じゃなきゃダメなんて。おかげで私は無駄骨、お姉は無駄死にですよ。本当にひどすぎる。
シオン、お前なんでだよ。なんでそんなことを。お前はミオンとあんなに仲が良かったのに。
うるさいですね。そんなこと忘れました。
こんなこと俺は認めない。
うるさいうるさいうるさい。
Oof.
お前が認めようと認めまいと関係ない。あんたに何がわかるっていうの。私はただサトシ君に頭を撫でて欲しかっただけ。
You beheaded your sister just because you wanted the boy that you crushed hard on to pet your head. Let that sink in, chat. Let that sink in. Classic Shion. No. Keiichi is the magician of words. Keiichi, use your magic to fix this. I don't know. Can you really fix a girl that would behead her sister just to have her crush pet her head? Can anybody fix something like that? Be honest with her. Be honest. Come on. Come on. Knowing Shion in her L5 stage, yeah.
特別なことなんて何もなくていい。ただサトシ君と一緒に笑って泣いて寄り添って生きていきたかっただけなのに。
シオン、
ケイちゃんは誰が特別なんてないって言ったけど、私は違う。私は違うの。私にはサトシ君だけが特別だった。なんてことない毎日をサトシ君と過ごしたかった。けどそれすら叶わなくなるんです。永遠にサトシ君の命を。
Forever, Saoshi will be. Therefore, your murder of Mion and your inevitable murder of Keiichi, should you succeed in going through with it, will end up being worthless. Will be worthless and meaningless regardless. So you're basically going on a quest that was that was doomed to fail from the start. And you criticize him for failing to. Stupid throat. And you criticized him for having listening issues? Like, are you even listening to yourself right now? You're just basically admitting that you're just doing all this shit for nothing.
そんな時にお姉なんて言ったと思います？いつかサトシが戻ったら4人で一緒に暮らそうねなんて言いやがったんですよ。何も知らないくせに口先ばっかりいいこと言いやがって。そうです。それで決めたんです。それじゃあお姉に サトシ君が元気になれるお手伝いをしてもらおうってね。
Your poor balls.
わかったから。
分かってない、分かってない、分かってない。どうして？ねえ、どうしてですか？なんでいつも私ばかりこんな目に遭うんですか？私がシオンを選んだから？私がサトシ君を選んだから？ねえ、そうなんですか？そうなの？そうなのかって聞いてるんでしょ！答えろよ！
And how do you expect him to know? Lady, please have mercy on his scrotum. Yeah, just the right words and the head will be reattached. Wait, I had a thought. Chat! Eastbin is having a thought! If the parasite is connected to Hanyu, as the last arc told us, does that mean Satoshi was saved by the Bloodhounds when Hanyu was shot at the end of Miyosakushi? Well, we're talking about the last arc the actual last arc that we just got done with, right? We're talking about, you're talking about, yeah, we're talking about, Kamikashimashi. I'm gonna be honest with you. If that's the arc you're talking about, I'm very reluctant to take anything that Kamikashi and Outbreak retroactively by extension seriously, given how the Kamikashi-washi ended that whole storyline. I just gotta be real with you, okay? Because clearly, everything that it established in Outbreak and Kamikashi-washi was all ended up turning into a giant clown show at the very end. Very intentionally so, it seemed. So I honestly don't know if anything that those two arcs introduced lore-wise actually really matters. At least I hope not. Because that could tell me, I hope that it's not true, because that will make me more than a little concerned for what Go and Sotsu might offer, but yeah, but yeah, you can understand why I'm reluctant to take any information from Kamikashi-washi and Outbreak, right? Please tell me you at least understand. Especially because I'm pretty sure you were here when I got through what was left of Kamikashi-washi. You saw what happened with that arc at the end. All 4 hours of it, or 5 hours, or however long exactly it went. I don't remember off the top of my head. You were there. You should understand my hesitancy on taking anything from that story seriously. But if it were under any other context, though, if it weren't from those arcs, I would actually be willing to entertain this thought. But sadly, that's not the universe that we're living in. So yeah, Kamikashi-washi and Outbreak, as far as I'm personally concerned, unless Go or Sotsu or people who work on the series who have any kind of authority on it whatsoever flat out say it's canon, those arcs are going straight into fan discontinuity for me.
もうダメだ。俺もこのまま死んでしまうのか。
And now we're here at the intro with this thing.
そうなったら
And we got about 12-ish minutes left to go.
会える。
やめなよ シオン。
ミオン。
え?
どこ？私の頭。
Chat, the ghosts are back. The ghosts from that one arc in the console arcs. They've returned. Where's the Ghostbusters?
見えないんだよ、シオン。頭がないからさ。あ、でもわかるよ。あんたのいるところ。双子だからね。
But if Shion wants to save Saoshi, she's killing the wrong people. Yeah, she is.
何よ、何なのよ。ケイちゃんもいるんでしょ。
いるぜ。
なんだ、思ったよりも元気そうじゃない。
痛くねえとこはないってくらい満身創痍だよ。笑うところじゃね
ううん、笑うところだよ。どんな状況でも笑い飛ばしてやればいいんだ。
I don't know. If my balls were repeatedly smashed in, laughing would be the last thing on my mind.
そしたらどこかに道が開けるかもしれない。快速第2条、私たち部活メンバーは勝つためにあらゆる努力をする義務がある。だから負けるな、ケイちゃん。
え。当たり前だ。
どこに隠れてるのよ、ミオ。
体はなんとか張って進むことはできそうだな。今シオンはミオンの声に気を取られている。その隙に動けば。
姿を見せろ、ミ
ダメだ。やっぱり体が動かない。けど負けるなってミオンに言われちまったからな。
オ。何やってるんですか、ケイちゃん。まさか逃げようとしてたんですか。無駄ですよ。このスタンガンの高圧電流を食らってそうやすやすと動けるはずがありません。それにここから地上までどれだけの距離があると思い。
I gotta say, I actually find it kind of remarkable. It took me a second to actually register this in my brain. It's kind of remarkable how quickly she got over hearing Mion's voice is now back to giving Keiichi her little villain monologuing, her little villain monologue. Why am I tripping over my tongue here?
ます逃げられません、逃げられませんよ。
地上まで逃げようなんて思ってねえよ。
は？何？
地上まで行かなくてもこいつに足が届けば
貼り付けだよ。
するんだ。
Ooh! I was just about to ask what it got crushed, but yeah, okay. The text kind of spoiled it for me. I can't hear exactly. Oh, there's a little caption in the bottom right corner. I can't hear what she's saying, exactly what she's saying here.
ケイちゃんをいじめた罰だよ。シオン、チクショー。これじゃ動けないじゃないですか。サトシ君を助けてあげられないじゃないですか。こんな足を潰されたくらいで。私がサトシ君を救うんだ。サトシ君を救ってあげないといけないのに。
Could somebody save my crushed scrotum first? Anybody? She was beating on me pretty badly just a few minutes ago, you know. First aid is required.
ミオン
Yes.
ミオンなのか
What is it, Queen Tomboy?
何言ってんだか。ケイちゃんこそこんなところで。
What? Hold on, I couldn't read it that. I could ask you the same question. What are you doing in a place like this?
こんなところで。
She said so much. She said so much in text, with so little in verbal communication. I see Mion is been taking lessons in the corpse party style of communication.
なんだよミオンお前無事だったんじゃねえか驚かせやがって
ケイちゃん。
よかった
Ooh, she's gonna have no ability to bear her children. Well, I think it would still be technically possible using a very specific type of artificial insemination. But I'm no expert in that subject, so I can't really say for sure. Super strength Keiichi? But it's Reina who's the physical beast. Reina mode. Yeah. Imagine how much bigger a boulder that Reina would be able to roll onto Shion's foot. She probably would end up losing a whole leg if it were Reina. Just something to think about.
本当によかった
ケイちゃん。
俺はてっきりお前がシオンに殺されちまったかと
バカなこと言わないでよ。どうしてシオンが私を殺さないといけないの？
それはいやいいんだもうそんなことはお前が無事だったならそれでいいさあいつまでもこんな神器臭いとこにいないで早く外に出ようぜどうしたんだ突っ立ったままで
ごめん。私はいけない。
どうしてだよ
今だったら私シオンの気持ちわかるよ。大切な人とずっと一緒にいられるとは限らない。シオンはそう言ってたっけ？
何言ってるんだ
私はここまで。タイムオーバー。ここでお別れだよ。
なんでだよいきなりすぎるだろそうだ俺まだお前に少ししか料理教わってないぞ炊事くらいできるようにならないといけないんだろ
ごめん。おじさんも本当はさ、ケイちゃんにもっといろんな料理を教えてあげたかったよ。みんなともっといろんな遊びをしたかった。ずっと一緒にいたかった。でももう無理なんだよ。
Not in this timeline, perhaps. But in Mehagashi or whatever. What? I'm already forgetting the name of the next arc I'm going to be doing. Maybe in that one, on the other hand, we can play with animals. Actually, wait. Maybe we shouldn't. It is a fan service episode, and playing with animals in that context could be very, very, very bad. Don't play with the animals!
じゃあね。あのさ、ケイちゃん、こんな時に言うのもなんだけどさ、私ケイちゃんのこと
We got our image. Oh, it's the doll. No. Don't you remember the arc from way in the past? Hanyu's husband was also a magician of words. We decided to make him an ancestor of both Keiichi and Irie just for fun and hand canon when you were streaming. Oh yeah, Riku. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Well. I miss Tomboy Hanyu. She was a real treat. Truly.
Keiji-kun! レナかシオンとミオンは
無理をしてはダメなのです、ケイチ。
そうだよ、こんな傷だらけで。
俺のことよりシオンはミオンはお前ら二人を見なかったか？
見てないよ。
見てないですわ。
私たちがここへ来た時、前原さんしかいませんでした。
そんなさっきまで確かにここに。
落ち着いてください。まずは君の手当てをしなければ。
そんなのは後でいい。どこだよ、どこ行ったんだよシオン。
ケイチ
ミオンミオン。
ケイチ君。
事件後、警察の調べで園崎家の地下細工殿の中にある隠し井戸から首のないミオンとシオンの遺体が発見された。
ケイチさん、
なあ、サトコ、どうしたんだ？こんなところに呼び出したりして。
このダム現場でしたら余計な人は来ませんから、少しお話ししたいことがありまして。
サトシのことか？
ええ、ニーニーには会わせてもらいましたわ。こんなに近くにいたなんて思いもしませんでした。本当に監督も人が悪いですわね。
そうだな。
私、シオンさんの日記を読みましたの。
シオンの？
ニーニーのことを黙っていたシオンさんをちょっぴり恨みましたわ。でもね、シオンさんの日記を読んでその真剣さが伝わってきましたの。シオンさんのニーニーへの思いや悲しみ、辛さ、それに私への愛情も。
サトコ、
あの方は頑張りました。でもどこかで道を間違えてしまったのですわね。
It was more than just a mistake. And more than just one at that.
ああ、そうだな。一方通行の道に迷い込んで戻れなくなっちまったんだ。
ケイチさん、私はね、シオンさんの意志を継ぐことに決めましたの。
Take on Shion's will. Sadako. Please. You won't make a good brain surgeon either. I beg you. Just take a career in baseball. That'll be a much less bloody affair. Please.
シオンの意志？どういうことだ？
私はこれからニーニーが早く回復するよう全力を尽くすことにしますの。毎日ニーニーのお見舞いに行きますわ。それにいつニーニーが帰ってきてもいいようお家をきれいに掃除しておきますの。
ああ、そういうことか。うん、それはいいことだな。いつサトシが俺たちのところに戻ってきてもいいように。サトシは絶対に元気になるさ。
ええ、もちろんですわ。ニーニーは戻ってきます。いいえ、私が戻ってこさせますわ。
No, please don't make sure he comes back. Just take up baseball.
そのためにケイチさんも協力してくださいますか？
No! Keiichi, don't help her! It's a trap!
そんなの当然だろ。それがミオンたちへの供養になるかもしれないからな。
りがとうございます。では早速圭一さんにお願いがありますの。
ああ、なん
Oh
だ。
no.
一緒にお見舞いに行こうって誘いか？それともあのおじさんの家を掃除？
いいえ、違いますわ。
じゃあなんだ？
圭一さんの脳髄をいただけますか？
God damn it!
佐藤、何を？なんで？
Good God! It's like Satoshi in this universe is just an instant hero converter or something. And what I mean by that is the second somebody learns that he's okay and that he's alive, and there is even a slight chance to bring him out of his comatose state, anybody who's even remotely attached to him will just lose any semblance of human decency and morality and be like, oh, I'm getting that boy back. I'm getting that boy back no matter what. Nobody's gonna stop me. I'm gonna get ahead of this whole thing, a literal head, and bring him back. I will have my boy toy. I'll have my big bro. Like, for crying out loud, like, seriously, come on. Sadako, I can kind of expect and understand this sort of thing from Shion, of all people, but you of all people should know better. That's how she wouldn't want this. What's wrong with you? Did you hit your head?
言いましたでしょう、圭一さん。私はニーニーを回復させるために全力を尽くすと。そして圭一さんもそれに協力するとおっしゃいましたわ。そしてこのスタンガンはシオンさんの意志を受け継いだ証。
そんな。
まだ動けますね。少々電圧が低かったようですわね。さあ、捕まえましたわ。
ミオ、今度はどうやら全力を尽くしてもダメみたいだ。ごめん。
Well, seeing Sadako take an unexpected heel turn and turning into a villain was definitely not on my bingo card today. I mean, okay, I kind of saw it coming like 5 seconds before it happened, a little too late. But the minute she said she was gonna take on Shion's will, but. I was definitely, I'll give you credit, I was honestly definitely not expecting that until it was too late, like I just said. And okay. That was honestly a pretty stupid twist at the end. But I can't be mad about it. Like, it is. I guess it's just, it is what it is. Again, after Kamikashimashi, something like this is extremely tame by comparison, as far as I'm concerned. And it's a little drama CD thing. It's not a big, major event, chapter in the story like the original 8 chapters are or anything like that. So I think we could just easily just discount this as just a simple what-if story or whatever. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Because Sadako would not do such a thing. She doesn't have that level of Shion-style craziness in her. She wouldn't just kill people. She wouldn't try to behead Keiichi, take his brain, or do anything untoward towards another human being of that nature. That's just not who she is. Any story that would try to suggest that to me unironically is one that is just full of lies. Okay, that was actually okay. I was expecting something more lighthearted, but I enjoyed it for what it was. Even with the rather silly little ending that it had at the end there. So, I guess now it's time for us to get ready for the main event for today's stream. Something that I am sure will most certainly end on a much more lighthearted note than what that one thing ended up being. I mean, Sako was already high L3/low L4 with the treatment syringe. Yeah, that's a fair point. True. So she's still unstable. Yup. Okay, before we actually get started on Mehagashi, I need to take a quick bathroom break and grab myself a few drinks for my throat. But once I come back, we're gonna immediately get right into it. So BRB. Alright, I'm back. She did convince herself of Chapter 3 Keiichi as nothing but a murderer and wanted him to die. Well, the fake Keiichi she thought him as. Well, that was more. I would argue that in that case, that was even in her bout of insanity in that chapter, her motivation stemmed from wanting to take action against wanting to take action against somebody who ended up hurting people she cared about. Here, though, well, and the thing we just got done with here, she's just basically murdering Keiichi for purely selfish and self-serving reasons. Much less sympathetic compared to how she acted in Chapter 3 when she went off the deep end. And that's what I'm objecting to, is that she, even in her insanity, she wouldn't be that cold-hearted. She just doesn't have it in her. In other news, looks like I got some reading material that arrived for me in the mail. The last volume of Don't Toy With Me, Miss Nagataro. It's damn thick, so yeah. I'm definitely gonna be sad to get through this thing because this series I've been really enjoying is pretty much finally over now. But that's future Neo's problem. Future Nero's future emotional suffering. But I mean, hey, it was a good ride, and I'd rather it end on a good note than not. Or get dragged out even until the whole story just turns into a complete mess. And what did you think of? And what did you think of my suggestion for Sadako's career choice earlier? Suggestion? Oh, I missed a comment from you. I'm sorry. Baseball. I think Sadako would be better as a military strategist, considering her affinity for traps. Yeah, she definitely, unironically, would be. She'd be better at that job than Takano ever was. That little military uniform of Takano's, it would be much better suited for Sadako. Wouldn't you agree? Okay. Higurashi, When They Cry, Mehagashi chapter, Hope plus additional scenario. Tragedy that could destroy not only all of humanity, but the galaxy itself draws near. Keiichi Maebara, strip the girls of their swimsuits to defend the universe. However, can Keiichi possibly win against the club members all by himself? The difficulty is absolute peril. It's just impossible to imagine any way Keiichi could avoid meeting with an awful fate. Yeah. Like they would actually have the balls to show anything. If he actually managed to succeed in stripping anybody of their swimsuits. Like they would actually have the fucking balls. But I mean, hey, if nothing else, it'll make for a good, entertaining laugh. I'm all for it. Nice opening. The Ritual Storehouse. Ah, we're starting in the fun place. Takano was a medical researcher. That she was. I'd rather put her in Okanogi's scuba gear. Form-fitting, right? Do you prefer current Nagatoro or the Alpha when she was first made as an unreasonable bully? You're talking about the original web novel series, right? Fun fact, I haven't actually read any of those, but damn, excuse me. That was definitely ungentlemanly like of me to make a sound like that. But yeah, I haven't actually read the original web novel series for Don't Toy With Me, Miss Nagatoro, but I am aware that her characterization in that is a lot more mean-spirited in general compared to the serialized manga version. And to be honest with you, I am unironically not sure how I would feel about reading a series with her like that, because I'm used to how she is in the manga version, and I find her just so damn charming and sweet. I mean, like, look, it wouldn't really actually bother me to read anything with stuff like that, but you know, I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I'll probably get around to reading it at some point, just out of sheer morbid curiosity's sake, if nothing else. But I do already know, but I'm pretty sure I already know going into it that the web novel series is definitely going to be a much different kind of story compared to the manga version. And I'm doubtful that I'm going to end up liking it more than the manga. I take it that you've read the web novel series before, Conkle? Yeah, she toyed with the reader for FR. I'll take that as a yes. Oh, this is an intro I haven't seen before. And I've tried to look up all the Higurashi intro scenes I could find on YouTube. Well, I'm glad that I was able to help you find a new one. The Ritual Storehouse. It was a building with a strange air about it that stood quietly within the Furuti Shrine, surrounded by the noise of crying cicadas. The storehouse was said to contain the many important ritual tools used to perform the Watanagashi ceremony, the most ghastly of rituals in all of Hinamizawa's legends. We don't talk about the ritual that the goddess of love and Riku performed within their private homes. So naturally, only members of the Furuti family were allowed inside, or if extra hands were needed for a special ritual, then members of the three families were allowed as well, which all meant that the routine cleaning had to be done solely by Rika, the only remaining member of the Furuti family. What a fun job. Today was one such cleaning day. Rika hated putting in effort. Lazy bones. And since no one was around to see, she let her disgust show plainly on her face as she headed for the ritual storehouse.
細工電なんて年に何度も使わないのにどうしてこうもまめに掃除をしなきゃならないのよ。
Hello, pup.
それはお社様に対して不敬なのですよ。
You're not worthy of respect. Tomboy Han you is.
なんだいたの。いるならあんた自分で掃除をしなさいよ。
それはできませんのですよ。古出家の巫女が代々お掃除をすると太古の昔から決められているのです。しかし僕も鬼ではありませんのです。
The horns on your head tell me otherwise, horn dog.
週をお供え 願してくれたら特別に今日は許してあげてもよいのです。
カチン。あんたにそう言われると隅々まで徹底的に掃除して意地でもシュークリームを備えたくなくなるわ。
リカは天の弱なのですよ。そういう生き方だと後々絶対に苦労しますです。
Even though I did say that she is not worthy of respect, the disrespectful horn dog does have a point here. Living life as a contrarian definitely will make you suffer in the long run. Oh.
そんな話をしに僕はやってきたのではないのです。リカ、今日は最後殿のお掃除はしなくて大丈夫です。
And, pray tell, why is that? Is today a special holiday?
はあ？人のこと不敬だの天の弱だの散々言っておいて。
そして僕は今日ちょっと忙しいのです。
Busy with what? Aren't you physically immaterial? Or are you actually physically material and that's why your sprite isn't transparent right now? I honestly don't know right now.
ちょっと面倒事が起こってしまったのです。
Ah, trouble. Trouble that you caused, I assume? Kind of like how you did in Kamikashimashi?
今日はそれにかかりきりになるので、理科の相手をしてる暇はないのです。
Although, to be fair to you, to be perfectly fair, every single person in Kamikashimashi ended up being the architect of their own misery and destruction in that story. So you're not exactly unique in that department, as far as I'm concerned. Hanyu faded away, having grated against Rika's nerves. I guess that answers that question as to whether or not she's immaterial.
腹立つわね。あそこまで言われるとゴリゴリ掃除して隅の隅までワックスがけまでしたくなるわ。さっさと済ませてしまおうかしら。今日はお昼に部活のみんなとプールに遊びに行くしね。
The pool, huh? Hearing Hanyu say she didn't have to clean today made Rika want to do it more, so she entered the ritual storehouse and spread out her cleaning tools. Wait a minute. Is there something in the ritual storehouse that Hanyu had somehow managed to set up in there that she doesn't want Rika to see? Is that why she's telling us that she doesn't have to clean today? When ordinarily she would? I'm just trying to guess what's going on here. Now, where to start? First, she'd brush away the dust built up on the creepy torture devices. That is, the ritual tools. Don't forget to dust the crucifixion chair. Keiichi was just on it a little bit ago, yes, but I'm sure there's still some residual stuff on there. There were several unfamiliar pouches there, resting atop the ritual tools like they were being enshrined. They were like bags for gym clothes, but they clearly hadn't been around the last time Rika went in there. Are these yours, Hanyu?
何かしら。また最後殿に封印された不思議な魔法のお宝だったりするのかしら。
Gym bags. Strange magical treasure sealed away. Here. Are you high, Rika? Rika took one without hesitation and opened it. Folded up inside was a swimsuit and something resembling a small ancient scroll. Sure, it's not. You sure it's not a poster of a hot lady in a bikini? Because I could totally believe that, given the fact that it's a swimsuit that you found in there. Considering Shion is a hero, she saved Hina Mizawa from Takano twice. Chapters 2 and 5. Hanyu's neighboring alien chose the wrong hero in Kamikashi. Yeah, maybe you actually have a point there. Maybe, yeah, maybe things would have played out a lot differently if she had chosen Shion instead. The world would still get drowned in ume juice, though. Lots of it. Don't forget to drink your ume juice, chat. It's like orange juice, but better. The voices of children playing around reached some distance from the Okinomiya public pool. The club members' bicycles all flew into the pool's parking lot, one after another. Please tell me we're going to see the Swan Trunks again. Please let the Swan Trunks come back.
鼻の差で競り負けましたわ。でも私が2着ですのよ。
いや、ちょっと待って。審議ランプが点灯だね。さとこはさっき私の進路妨害をしたからね。膠着処分でおじさんが2着だね。
Okay, hold on the fuck on, Mion. You guys obstructing each other during club activities is pretty much par for the course. And yet you don't really get penalized for it. You are pulling straight up bullshit right here. Shame on you. You should be demoted.
勝ち馬投票権は勝ち馬が確定するまでお捨てにならないようにお願いいたします。ニッパーン。どうしてリカちゃんはそういうのを知っているのかな
でも部活メンバーみんなでプールなんて楽しみだぜ。でも大丈夫か？このプール大爆発でも起こしてなくなっちまうんじゃねえのか？
ここを舞台にみーちゃんがおかしな部活をやろうと言い出さない限りは。
Reina, you just jinxed us.
まあ私たちが遊びに来て無事で済むとは思えませんわね。
いやいや、今日はおとなしく普通に遊ぶよ。このプール改装工事が終わったばかりだし、工事明けにはバッチャも来賓で呼ばれてるし。
Uryu got called in as a guest. We're not gonna see Uryu in a swimsuit, are we? I'm definitely not interested in signing up to see that. I can tell you that much.
顔は潰せないよね。
よくわかりませんですが、ここで暴れたらミオンが怒られるということはわかりましたです。ニパーン。
Just before they split up by gender to change in the changing rooms, Rika suddenly raised her hand.
忘れていましたです。今日はみんなにちょっと変わったものを持ってきたのですよ。
The swimsuits, right? Or rather, the sealed magical treasures in the ritual storehouse that you found, quote unquote.
なんだろう。ビーチボール？それとも大きなイルカの浮き輪さんかな？
Why not a big dolphin floaty that holds a beach ball?
なんですの？その巾着袋は。
なんだ部活メンバーでお揃いの水着でも着ようってのか？
Matching swimsuits? Okay, now I'm curious. What kind of design do these swimsuits have that can be worn by both genders?
なんとこれは最後殿に隠されし秘宝モテモテの水着なのです。
Irresistible swimsuits.
モテモテってどういうこと？着るとモテモテになっちゃうってこと？
Heh, they already.
デジャブかな？
Thing is, Mion, they already tried that particular little plot line in the very first fan service arc we covered in the console arcs.
なぜだか寒気が。
Keiichi knows. He knows.
なんだか抵抗がありますわよ。それにサイズは合いますのかしら？それは大丈夫です。着る人に合わせて増サイズからミジンコサイズまで自在に伸縮するそうなのです。
Well, ain't that awfully ain't that awfully convenient.
そして
Damn
それを
throat.
着ればたちまちのうちに
I need another
魅力が溢れ
drink.
出し、異性のハートをブラックホールのごとくギュンギュン吸い寄せちゃうのです。
まあおじさんの魅力は普段はセーブしてるからね。
No, you don't, you liar.
でもたまにはリミッターを解除するのもいいかもしれないね。
あらあら。じゃあプールに来ている男性の方々の視線を釘付けにしてしまいますかと？ちょっぴり照れますけど、一度くらいはそういう思いもしてみたいですわね。
I'm very curious to see if you'll still be feeling that way once it's the Angel Mort Otaku that are the ones that are gawking at you, Sadako. I am indeed very curious to see if you'll still be singing that same tune, if it's those guys.
ってことは俺の場合はプールの水着ギャルたちのハートをギュンギュンブラックホールしちまうってわけか。
You can tell that whoever wrote this seems to really have loved Higurashi. You can just tell that they loved that arc. Although to be fair, so did I.
ゲイチの分はないのです。女の子4人分だけなのですよ。ピパー。
Ding. Keiichi trudged into the men's changing room. However, he was quick to regain his spirit. At the very least, he was sure to see the club members in swimsuits packed with arousing pheromones.
いや待てよ。こういうへんてこな魔法アイテムには大抵変なオチがつくんだよな。
If we're talking straight up hentai, 70% of the time, not really.
すごい魅力パワーを放つものの、すっごいダサい恥ずかしいデザインで着ている方が恥ずかしくなってしまうとか。
Then again, I guess it depends on what exactly the author's going for in that case.
そういえば俺のモテモテの海パン事件の時も泥棒の風呂敷みたいな柄の海パンだったしな。
A stereotypical thief sack. Again, I think that was also something that was a key component of the trunks in Higurashi, right? At that moment, bright light filled the area. He didn't understand what was going on, but he did realize he was caught up in something out of this world.
なんだこれは一体。
聞け、人の子。
Who be this, I wonder?
前原圭一よ。
He heard a solemn voice coming from the light of heaven. You sure it's the light of heaven? Are you really sure? The voice was so intense he recognized it as the voice of God. Yeah, that's the voice. That's an intense voice of God, chat. What we just heard.
これは一体どういうことだよ。
God sounds like a moe anime girl.
俺何か罰当たりなことをしたか？
お前は何も罰当たりなことをしてはいない。
What up, pup?
しかし古出神社の巫女リカはとてつもない罰当たりなことをしてくれたのだ。
She stole my swimsuits.
リカちゃんがまさか今日リカちゃんが持ってきたあのモテモテの水着とやらのことか？
Wow, Keiichi, you're quick on the uptake today.
そういえば西宮殿に隠されし秘宝とか言ってたような。
まさにそれなのです。
リカめ、今日はお掃除をしなくていいと言ったのに。まったく。 どうしてフルデの血の娘はいつもこう天の弱なのか。
You gave birth to them, wouldn't you know?
それで神様、俺とそれに何の関係があるんだ？
前原圭一、そなたにはこの星を救う救世主になってほしいのです。
Okay, you got me. I'm hooked. Save the planet, huh? By getting back these swimsuits? Go on, Hanyu, tell me. How exactly do these swimsuits tie in with saving Mother Gaia? Please, enlighten me.
救世主？いや、年頃の男子なら一度は妄想するシチュエーションだが、本気で言ってるのか？
あの魔法の水着は異なるかけらから漂着した異物なのです。
A different fragment. You mean Higurashi? Because, I mean, going by the little details and little references to it that I've caught up on, I mean, I don't know what else she could be referring to. So wait! Does that mean that I'll get to see the Swamp Trunks again?
かけらの海を渡ることはとても困難で、ましてや意志なき物品が漂着することはさらに稀なことなのですが。
Is the swimsuit soaked in ume juice? Correction, ume juice with ume with an M. But here's food for thought. Swan trunks soaked in ume juice.
あの水着は100億の奇跡と偶然に恵まれ、このかけらに流れ着いてしまったのです。
でもモテモテになるってだけなんだろ？そんなのラブコメ漫画によくあるような微笑ましい程度の力じゃないのか？
So, in all due seriousness, is this actually a sequel of sorts to Higurashi?
力そのものはそうかもしれませんが、問題はそこではないのです。
Different fragments are essentially different worlds. Incidentally, that also means there are things which cannot coexist with this world, no matter how similar the two may be.
あの漂着物はこのかけらとは相入れぬ世界の物質で作られたもの。彼女たちが身につけてからちょうど1時間後に反応が始まるでしょう。
I think I remember a 1 hour time period also being mentioned for the irresistible swimsuit thing in Higurashi.
反応？まさか水着がとろーりと溶け出すとか？
You wish. I wish.
この世界の物質とこの世界に存在してはならない物質による反応、追消滅。それは銀河をも生み出せる莫大なエネルギーです。
Okay, so let me get this straight. When the swimsuits melt away, the girls will give birth to 5 whole new galaxies? Their nudity will create new realities? Hot damn. You make them sound mystical. Their birthday suits, I mean.
それってつまり地球のピンチ？
人間の身で数えうる最も大きな数の分だけの地球を粉々に粉砕して、なお有り余るほどの大爆発が起こるということです。
But if it ends up destroying everything anyway, where's all that remaining destructive energy just gonna go? Hanyu showed him what would happen in just 1 hour. Casey was shown a vision of the planet floating in space. This looks like a watercolor drawing or something done by a kid. Then our blue shining Earth exploded. It wasn't the kind of scale where people could flee on a spaceship. The entire galaxy exploded, and it was clear there was nothing to be done about Earth at all.
ちょっと待て待て。そんな恐ろしいものがどうしてひなび沢にあるんだよ。そしてどうしてリカちゃんが持ってるんだよ。
I think a better question would be, why do you have it, Rika? Not Rika, Hanyu.
昨日偶然にもこのかけらに漂着したのです。今日一日をかけて安全に処分するつもりだったのですが。
I don't believe you.
そういうのは俺にじゃなくてリカちゃんに直接言った方がいいんじゃないのか。
80s point-and-click pixel game. You know what? I think that's actually spot on.
というか今すぐ行って着るのをやめさせるべきじゃないのか。
困ったことにあの水着の魔力にはこのかけらの神である僕を拒む力もあるのです。
And yet, somehow, you managed to get your hands on them, regardless. Explain that one to me, Hanyu.
なので水着を持っているリカには僕の声が届かないのです。
Translation: Rika is ignoring me, so I'm hoodwinking you into carrying out my dirty work.
なるほどな。今からきっかり1時間がタイムリミットか。今がちょうど1時だから2時までに何とかしないといけないってことか。
僕の力をエントランスにあるゴミ箱の一つに込めました。そのゴミ箱に放り込めば無事にこのかけらの外へ送り出すことができますのです。
This is basically shaping up to be a role reversal of sorts of Higurashi. Now that I think about it, because the whole plot behind that particular arc was all the girls trying to get the swimsuits and stuff off of Keiichi less in 1 hour's time or something like that. He ends up changing in a way that becomes irreversible. But here, it's everyone else that are wearing magical swimsuits that Keiichi has to get off of them before in 1 hour. Before something bad happens, at least according to Hanyu. I'm skeptical as to whether or not that bad thing she's talking about is actually gonna happen, but my skepticism of what she's telling us aside, yeah, this seems like a role reversal of Higurashi, this arc, so far.
了解したぜ。つまり部活メンバーの4人から地球を滅ぼす水着を引っぺがしてそのゴミ箱に放り込めばミッションコンプリートってわけだな。
Once I strip the 4 club members of the world-destroying swimsuits. Damn. Just an unrelated question, but is there different VA line settings? It's like some of the main game Keiichi sounds different in 2 playthroughs I watched. Good question. I don't know. I am playing a modded version of Hope Plus here, and I picked very specific audio settings. I've been usually pretty consistent on the type of audio settings that I would choose with each of the Higurashi arcs once I install them and mod them. So if there are any other voice actor lines and whatnot you can change in like the options or something like that, I'm completely unaware of them. I can't wait to get over this bug. Such a pain in the ass. Start with Reina so she can help restrain the others as she's in Reina mode for wanting to see others in maid uniforms too. Yeah, good thinking. We just need to convince Reina that stripping everybody else of the swimsuits will reveal something extremely cute for her. Oh, whoops, forgot to read that. Keiichi left out of the changing room with enthusiasm. I bet you did. He knew it wouldn't be easy to convince them to take off the swimsuits they just put on. Understatement of the century! Yet now the fate of the world, nay, the galaxy, was riding on this very thing. Besides, they were friends in arms, who faced death together and shared both joys and hardships. Friends in suits in this case. Swimsuits. Surely they would understand and listen.
おいみんな大変なことになったぞ話を聞いてくれ
However, the poolside was shrouded in a strange fervor that left Keiichi taken aback. I like that Rika's got a little rose on hers. And I will say, these swimsuits are a definite improvement from the ones in Higurashi. IMO. Oh, you said someone else. Irie, we need you to change them into maid uniforms. Start with... Oh, yeah, my bad. Ended up missing something. My bad. Sorry about that.
モデル芸能人なんであんな可愛い子たちがこんな市民プールなんかに来てるんだ
Hey, wait a minute. These silhouettes, aren't these from two characters from Bus Stop? They look familiar. Seriously, look how gothic it looks.
皆さんの視線であっちっちなのですよ
Snap. Rika posed like a cat and winked, causing a frenzied roar to erupt from the men. Oh no. That was the most sensual meep ever. You're probably not wrong.
あらリカだけが視線を独り占めなんて許せませんでしたよ
Oh hey, she's got a little bit of her hair tied up right here. It's kind of cute.
私の魅力だってほら
What do I even say to this? What do I even say here?
じゃあレナたちも一緒に
みんなを骨抜きにしちゃうぞ
But what about the quadriplegics? They don't have any knees. How are you gonna leave them weak-kneed? I guess Big Bang of Beauty is definitely a step up from sexy. Reina, and Mion were both posing like models, leaving the men writhing and shouting with joy. Just curious, who was the one who decided to enchant swimsuits of all things to be the artifacts that would summon an asteroid to destroy the Earth? A god with a very, 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 very unique sense of humor. Would be my guess. Not my girls! Oh, but Mion, yes. Again, can't wait until I get over this damn bug. So I can laugh without coughing or choking or something. Or at least laugh as hard as I would like to. The swimsuits themselves certainly were cute. It was hard to imagine they were foreign objects that had drifted in from another world. I just thought of something. Maybe Hanyu had got her hands on these swimsuits because she herself wanted to wear them. To pose in them and stuff. Maybe she wanted to try to go to the pool and try to get some attention from the guys. And it's an Occam's razor kind of answer, but maybe that's why she has them, unironically. Hanyu. How could you? What would Riku say from beyond the grave? However, the waves of charm pouring off of them were truly otherworldly. It's not the swimsuits that are otherworldly, Keiichi. It's the ladies. Be honest with yourself.
みんな超セクシーだ
Calm down there, boy. Put it away.
クールになれ前原圭一これは確かにすごい魔力だぜ
Hormones is magic.
モテモテの水着の名に偽りなしだな
Because Keiichi knew of the threat and was entrusted with the fate of the galaxy, he just barely held on to his reasoning. Is that what he calls it? However, the rest of the other men were thoroughly unable to resist their charm. No, it was violence. Violence under the name of charm. Finally, somebody can recognize that violence is charming. True violence, known as sexiness, which none born male could resist. True violence is sexiness. Now there is a line. The overpowered men were currently an enthralled procession following around the sexy charm of the club members. Yet they weren't the only ones enraptured. The club members themselves were as well. Are they enraptured with themselves, you'd say? Dazzling, handsome poolside princes were reverently treating them like princesses. Oh, no. No. How disappointing. How utterly disappointing. This was the dream! The maiden's dream. The dream every young girl admired in shoujo manga and gave up on as impossible. I don't know. I see a lot of women try their luck with this sort of thing, usually with mixed results.
すごいねこんなにモテモテだと現実に帰りたくなくなっちゃうかな
リカちゃんこの水着本当にすごいよおじさんやみつきになっちゃいそう
ここまで露骨に男の方の態度が変わるとちょっとドン引きですけれどでも気分は最高ですわ
So, you either feel off-put or you feel amazing. Which is it, Sadako?
おやケイイチなのですケイイチも僕たちの魅力でメロメロになるがいいのですよ
Rika gave him an adorable cat pose. Now, Keiichi, the world is at stake, allegedly. Do not, under any circumstances, allow yourself to be enraptured by the gothic Lolita. Hanyu used them to impress Riku, while the computer at the bottom of the lake in the swamp was still functioning and could suppress the destructive power. Yeah, that's most certainly it. If the waves of charm were visible, it would have been like witnessing the explosive shockwave from a huge comet over 10 kilometers wide. Keiichi managed to endure as the minds of the men around them were torn into pieces.
ちょっと待ってくれ。動作は慎重に。今のお前らはほんのちょっとの仕草をするだけで、俺たち男には恐竜が絶滅するほどのインパクトがある。
Keiichi, I don't know if you got the memo 65 million years ago or not, but the dinosaurs were already wiped out. They're gone.
またまたケイちゃん大げさな。こうこんな感じ。あ
Why can't real life be like an anime? Just why can't it be? Life would be so much more fun if it were just a fucking anime.
みーちゃんよしなよ。ケイチくん苦しんでるよ。
レナ、気遣ってくれてありがとう。だけどもう少しだけその胸を寄せる仕草を控えてくれるか。
No. Reina, don't listen to him. Whatever he tells you right now, do the exact opposite.
わざとじゃないのは分かってる。でもひか
あら、私のまだまだ控えめのだけれども年齢差が出てしまっているものを見せたらどうなるんですか。
Sadako, you're... please, don't. Think of my channel. You might get me in trouble if you show anything.
なら僕のちっとも年齢相応に育ってくれないつぼみのようなお胸も寄せてみますのですよ。
This is fucking amazing. Stop! Oh! The men's minds were hit by several big bangs. Visually, it looked like the men had developed pink hearts in their eyes and grew unsteady on their feet. However, in the men's collected mental world, the planetary alignment was wrecked by clashing galaxies shattered into pieces until all that remained was Spasipo. Now there's a word. Still, the club members were completely unaware of the destruction they wrought. Oh, they're definitely aware. They are absolutely aware. That's why they're doing it. No. If it was just exploiting the minds of men, that would still be cute. I don't know. I don't think my mind exploiting would be cute, but that's just me. But 5 whole minutes had already passed. There were only 55 minutes left before the whole galaxy exploded.
ちょっとタンマみんな話を聞いてくれ。非常に重要な話だ。今みんなが着ているそのモテモテの水着は危険なんだ。このままでは地球が滅ぶから早くそれを脱いでくれ。
あら、水着を脱いでくれなんてケイチさん、ちょっとレディーに言っていい言葉ではありませんでしたよ。
You are no lady. I say with respect.
この水着が地球を滅ぼす？
This one, though, mentally, she is a lady. A really old lady at that.
何を言ってるのかわからないのですよ。
And that's it.
みぱー。
Wait, I'm sorry. What'd you say? I was too busy rambling. Oh.
一体どういうことなんだろう。ケイチ君の話を聞いてみようよ。
違う。おじさんたちがモテモテなんで焼いてるだけだよ。
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I explicitly remember Keiichi telling himself the exact same thing about you guys and Higurashi when he started getting all the attention. Once again, chat, it looks like we got a role reversal situation going on here with this arc.
今日はせいぜいたっぷりおじさんたちの魅力に脳殺されててね。
The bus stop NPCs are really getting a kick out of this, aren't they?
くそ、すっかり浮かれてて話が通じない。こうなりゃ仕方がない。言って聞かなきゃ実力行使だ。
Keiichi, I just want you to know before you start, under most civilized jurisdictions in the world, what you are proposing to do could be interpreted as sexual assault. But if you already know that, good luck to you, good sir. You're gonna need it. All of it. In fact, you're probably gonna die before this day is over. Keiichi boldly leapt at them. However, the men surrounding the girls wouldn't allow such barbarism. The men seized up upon the opportunity to show off how cool they were and leapt at Keiichi like animals. I agree with that sentence. This one? I have no... If they won't listen to reason, I'll have to use force. Meons. Oh, Meons. He's just jealous of how popular we've become. Today he can enjoy having his mind blown away by his charm. By our charm. Ah. Well, I'll tell you one thing. People definitely are blowing their loads over them something fierce right now. Watch where you step, ladies. The ground may be wet. The outcome was plain as day. The club members left with roaring laughter, and the enraptured men followed them like a procession once again. Keiichi was left behind, having been torn into pieces. Damn, he's already dead? Well, that sucks. I guess the story's already over. And you lied to me. I see him in one piece.
一人で正面から挑んで勝てたら苦労はしないよな。
What will you do, Keiichi Maebara? While you're sitting there lost in thought, time is still slipping away. The end of the world, and also the galaxy, is drawing closer.
正面からバカ正直に挑んで勝算があるわけがない。こっちが一人でも勝てる状況に持ち込まなきゃダメだ。やはり1対1に持ち込むのが定石。そして正面から挑むようでは愚策。うまく立ち回って一人一人に孤立させ、隙をついて闇討ちして襲いかかれば勝機はあるはず。
You have any idea how bad this sounds out of context? Like seriously, think about what he's saying. What he's aiming to do, and just put this in any other context. It's
よし、頭の中でシミュレーションしてみよう。まず、うまくレナを一人だけ人気のないところに呼び出して。
I'll lure Rainy out to a storeroom in the staff building, which the general public avoids. We'll still hear the cheery voices from the pool, but Reina will be confused by the desolate space devoid of others. Oh no, Keiichi, no! Then I'll leap for the shadows and assault Reina from behind! Keiichi, no! No, Keiichi, no! Oh god!
おっとレナ、悪いな、おとなしくしてろよ。すぐ済むからな。
Oh my god! Then I'll pin right against the floor in her swimsuit. I'll straddle her and use my left hand to pin her hands above her head. Oh, God. I'm okay. I'm okay. God damn it, you're making me choke. Then I'll use my free right hand to reach for her chest. God damn it! He even sounds like the ugly bastard character in a fucking hentai right now. Yeah, I'm glad you recognize you definitely can't do that. Okay, good. Please tell me you can see how bad that whole thing looks. Holy shit, that was something. That was something. Oh yeah, I noticed a difference with his VA line delivery. This one shows up in the main game, which causes an inconsistency. WTF. Huh. Well, I haven't noticed. But then again, maybe it's because I'm a little bit too busy laughing at, well, you know, what I was just laughing at for the past couple minutes. The audacity of this, like, holy shit. It's like, it's kind of admirable in a really morbid sort of way. He scratched at his head, trying to dispel his overactive imagination. Even if it was to save the galaxy, his pride as a man wouldn't allow him to force himself upon a swimsuit-clad girl in an isolated area. Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, it was very bad, and that's why it was so goddamn funny to me. Like, wow. I have an idea of what he can do, but it's bad. Well, if you want to share it with the rest of us, feel free to do so, Espen. If this was a serious club competition, then we would be prepared to stoop to any low to win. But they were currently Okinomiya at a public pool with mostly normal people. Oh hey, I just got an idea. If you're gonna try to turn this into a club activity, why not turn this into a game of strip poker, but without the poker? Replace poker with something you can do at the pool, some kind of competition, and with each round somebody loses, they have to strip parts of the swimsuits. And to increase the stakes even more, you do it out in public where everybody can see. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I know for a fact that's not going to work. But I'm just saying, if you're going to try to go from that angle, well, I mean, yeah. I don't know. I can't think of any. I literally can't think of anything else that you could possibly realistically do to even get them remotely on board with the idea. If you got some other crazy idea, by all means, let's hear it. He can challenge his club members to a swimming competition. Once in the water, he takes a piss, making them go take a shower, plus closing pool for... Oh! That's brilliant, Espen. That is brilliant. Simple and brilliant. Yeah, then he could just snag the swimsuits, and oh, but that would leave them naked, wouldn't it? Uh-oh. Huh. Do we actually want that, though? I'll have to think about that one for a minute or two. Even if the club members would freely forgive him, the other people around wouldn't feel the same way. By tomorrow, there wouldn't be a single person in Okinomiya or Hinamizawa that didn't hear the rumors of him being a pervert who assaulted women and tried to strip them naked. Yeah, that's definitely a reputation you don't want to have.
数的有利もなく男であることもペナルティというこの状況下でくそどうすればいいんだ
You know what? Maybe he's onto something. Maybe the problem is that he is a guy. Maybe he'd have more luck pulling someone like that off if he were a she. Hanyu, use your magic powers and change Keiichi into a woman! That was when an unusual figure crossed Keiichi's vision. Is it Takano? It was Shion. Oh well. Maybe we'll get to see. We will get to see Takano. And I'm sorry, but is that a different variant of the Angel Mort uniform you're wearing? Judging from her outfit, she was working at the public pool's food court. She was definitely planning to enjoy the pool herself as soon as her shift was over. She was wearing the restaurant's apron over her swimsuit, and was standing a bit further back in the shadows. No, pool is closed, so they'd have a reason to go change back into. No reason to go. They did not have a reason to go to change back into swimsuit, so they'll just go back to normal clothes. Yeah, you're right. You're right. She was also chewing on her thumbnail with a terrifying expression as she stared at the irresistible club members. Apparently she didn't like her twin, Mion, being so popular. Uh-oh. She's jealous, chat.
シオンが味方になってくれれば心強いな。頭も度胸も部活メンバー級。その上女子だから男の俺と違って女子への身体接触がしやすい。
Yeah, sure. You're right about that. Why not?
なんでミオンがこんなにモテてるんですか？なのに私には誰も見向きもしない。
I can tell you why. You need to show more skin.
落ち着けシオン。親指の爪が食いちぎれるぞ。
ケイちゃん、いつの間に？
割とさっきからだ。今は時間がない。とりあえず俺の話を聞いてくれ。
なるほど。わかりました。まったくお姉もとんだバカですね。
Did you actually tell her why you're trying to get the swimsuits off?
魔法の力でモテてるだけなのにあんなに有頂天になって。しかもあと40分で何とかしなきゃ銀河が滅ぶなんて全く笑えないです。
So, 40 minutes, huh? Shion was quick to understand. There was more like after learning the truth behind Mion's popularity, she was more than happy to help strip it away from her. You gotta love the pettiness. As an only child, Keiichi didn't really get it, but he assumed being siblings came with all kinds of difficult feelings like that. No, it's also a woman thing. Take my word for
と
it.
にかく 孤立した隙をついて一人一人から水着を回収していきましょう。脱がせるのは私がしますからご安心を。ケイちゃんがやったら即逮捕即懲役ですので。
よし、仲間がいるのは心強いぜ。じゃあ早速仕掛けよう。まずは誰から狙う？
最初はサトコを狙いましょう。あの子を放置してるとどんどんトラップだらけにされて大変なことになりますので。
よし、第一目標はサトコだ。サトコのモテモテの水着ひっぺがすぞ。
In the next moment, an eagle-shaped shadow blocked the sun that had been lighting up Keiichi and Shion. No, not a shadow. A person with a cloak? No! A man with a lab coat fluttering behind him landed before the pair. Here comes Irie. It was Kyosuke Irie.
おっと、話は聞かせてもらいましたよ。銀河を守るためならばこの入江京介。
Were you just hiding in a bush nearby or something, listening into our conversation? Where the hell did you even come from?
サトコちゃんの水着を脱がすために喜んでこの命を捧げましょう。
Oh my god, we're really doing this again with you. We're really doing this again.
イリー、一体どこにいてどうやって話を聞いてたかはともかく、今は一人でも仲間が多いのは助かるぜ。
銀河を守るためかどうかはかなり怪しいですが、まあ陽動の駒くらいにはなりますね。
Damn. That petty jealousy that Shion must be feeling right now must be really freaking strong if she's willing to let Irie, of all people, play a part in stripping Sadako. Like, hot damn. I told you. We needed Irie to get them into maid uniforms. Well, clearly he heard you. At that time, the club members were conveniently taking separate actions. It seemed the men following them each had different tastes, so they were each surrounding their favorite girl. That naturally helped to separate the four of them. Sako was enjoying her popularity at first, but she was finally starting to grow annoyed by it. So now she was trying to avoid attention and rest on a deck chair. Of course, Irie wasn't one to miss that golden opportunity. Look out!
サトコちゃんと
監督、一体全体いつもどこから現れますの？
お天道様がある限り、この入江京介、いつであってもサトコちゃんのピンチには太陽の中より現れます。
ピンチ？監督、私ピンチどころか今すごくいい気分でいますのよ。
I don't know. Seems to me like you're feeling quite fatigued from all the male attention, my little lady.
何しろこんなにもモテモテになるなんて。
そう、その水着が危険。サトコちゃんのピンチが迫っているのです。
どういうことですの？
しかしな。
God help Sadako.
その魔法の水着があとほんの数十分で銀河を吹き飛ばすほどの大爆発を起こすなんて話。
It sounds like it's a complete and total load of hogwash.
サトコが信じてくれるだろうか。
Never mind.
説得力は弱いかもしれません。ただ監督ならではのやり方もあると思いますので。
And I doubt it's gonna work because this is Irie we're talking about here.
監督ならでは？嘘か。監督は医者だからな。
はい。監督は副業で医者もやっていますからね。 医者としてうまく言いくるめればきっと聡子も信じると思います。
本業はメイドの伝道師だからな。
Well, I'm glad we're at least acknowledging what his real primary profession is, if nothing else.
この水着お肌に良くないんですの？
はい。残念ながら一部の人のお肌にはアレルギーを起こす原因物質が含まれていることが明らかになったのです。さとこちゃん、蚊に刺されて赤く腫れて痒くなったことはありませんか？
As in everybody?
羽毛でくすぐられるとくすぐったくなったことはありませんか？
Hasn't everybody?
ありますけれど。
やはりあなたの体質ではアレルギーを起こしてしまうようです。
These things do not correlate, Doctor!
今ならまだ間に合います。別の水着に着替えられた方がよろしいでしょう。
Way to go, Erie. He was being a little suspicious, but his medical explanation was steadily convincing Sako. That was not a medical explanation! That was just gibberish! Unrelated
わかり
gibberish!
ましたわ。もうモテモテは十分に楽しみましたし、それに自分の水着も持ってきていますもの。更衣室に戻って着替えますわ。
いえ。
What do you mean no? She's agreeing to do it! Leave her alone now!
今のあなたのお肌はギリギリデンジャラスのレッドゾーン。まだ何も発症はしていませんがケアが必要です。
Erie, no!
この入江京介、こんなこともあろうかと常にお肌にいい水着は持ち歩いております。
What a hell of a thing to admit to.
もちろんサイズも幼いボディから魅惑のわがままボディまで全て網羅。
So, for those for seductive, outrageous proportions, are we talking about Takano level proportions, or...?
入江京介推薦の健康生地で作られたこの英国式メイド風水着をぜひ。
Wah! How could he? Sako was finally in agreement, and he ruined it in an instant! Well, that's what you get for trusting Irie of all people. You get no sympathy from me. The very next moment, there was a shocking flash of light, and Coach lay sprawled out with a burnt smell rising from him. Shion had used her trump card. Her max output stun gun! Oh god, you could kill him!
どうせこうなるんじゃないかと思ってました。
And yet, you decide to use him anyway. Shion, you dunce.
ハロロー、さとこ。ねえねえですよ。
あら、シオンさん、いつの間に？
Uh-oh. Sako also collapsed following a comical electric shock. I would like to remind you, you are near a pool. A giant body of water. What? If you aim that thing incorrectly, you're going to cause a lot of physical damage to a lot of people.
おい、容赦ねえな。ほら、タオル。
ありがとうございます。紳士ならちょっと後ろを向いててもらえます？
Shion took the bath towel that was handed to her and covered Sako up with it before quickly stripping her of the swimsuit. Rustle, rustle. Schwupp!
一丁上がりです。で、この脱がした水着をどうするんでしたっけ？
What do we do with the naked Sako that's probably just lying around helpless out in public?
エントランスにある魔法のゴミ箱に放り込むんだ。
The magic trash can by the entrance. Right, right. Hanyu did say she had that. Shion brings stun gun to a pool? Did she plan to go swimming with it? Well, I'll tell you one thing. If she did indeed plan on going swimming with it, she's just making Darwin's job easier for him. They both raced for the entrance and tossed a swimsuit into the trash can Hanyu had imbued with her magic. Then it shimmered with light as it disintegrated, almost as if it was returning to heaven. So we're at the halfway mark for the hour countdown, huh? I might as well take this opportunity to take another bathroom break, and then we'll get right back to the fun. So once again, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, between the green tea I had earlier and all these drinks I'm taking for my throat throughout this whole thing, don't be surprised if I have to go at least 1 or 2 more times before this whole thing's over. But hey, I gotta make sure that my throat isn't getting too irritated, you know? About 30 minutes. I'm calling it now. Rika is going to be the final boss.
Mion だな。俺たちが暗躍していることが耳に入る前に仕掛けないと面倒になりそうだ。
Irie carried the unconscious Saka over to the doctor's office, and she's naked, right? Guys, you see, do you not see what the issue here is? Irie is carrying an unconscious Sadako, who, last we checked, is butt naked right now, over to the doctor's office. Is he talking about another doctor's office or his office, since he is, as a side profession, a doctor? Keiichi. Shion. What are you doing? Mia and the others were still most likely unaware of the attack.
了解です。次の狙いはお姉で。
Okay, we're just going to ignore Sadako then. Okay. I'm sure nothing bad will happen.
私が近づいて油断させた隙を狙ってスタンガンで気絶させます。そしたら貧血を起こしたかのように装い、私とケイちゃんで人気のないところに運んで脱がします。
わかった。やっぱりシオンは頼もしいぜ。というかシオン一人で全員をなんとかできちまいそうだな。
Keiichi thought he would be the hero saving the galaxy, but now he realized he had been relegated to the status of side character and left him feeling a little blue. Blue-balled, you mean? I mean, it's kind of appropriate given the context of this story. But yeah, don't you just hate that when you, the main character, become the side character in your own story? However, this was no time to be worrying about that. They only had a little time left. Mion had also been enjoying her popularity, but she was starting to want some alone time as well. It wasn't that difficult to send her followers away. Did she threaten to get Kasai's buckshot shotgun out? Because that would send me running in the other direction real quick. His VA's voice acting gives him a higher pitch compared to his earlier acting lines in the main game. Maybe there was something up with the VA's voice when they recorded his lines for this arc. A lot of voice actor work, based on my knowledge here, is actually done in a relatively short time frame. In a lot of cases, believe it or not. Like take random shows, or take random animated TV shows or video games or anything you can think of that requires voice acting. A lot of voice acting for entire projects can be done in as short as a day or two, or maybe even a week at most, depending on various circumstances. The actual amount of work that goes into recording lines for games or anything else like that here is actually usually done away with pretty quickly, all at once in bulk. It's just developing everything else around the project, whether it's a game or a show or anything else, that usually takes up the bulk and the majority, the bulk of manpower, development time, and financial resources. So maybe what this is here is that when they made this particular arc right here, because based on previous little bits of trivia that we've read with the post-game content of previous episodes and all that, a lot of these arcs are made sequentially, one after the other. So maybe on the day that Keiichi's voice actor came in to record his lines for this particular arc right here, maybe there was something up with the voice actor's voice, and so in order to compensate for whatever might have been wrong, if there was anything wrong, maybe they altered his voice pitch post-production. Maybe that's what you're hearing, Conkle? That would make sense to me if that's indeed what's going on here. She just had to say she was going to the bathroom, and the men couldn't follow after her. Mion stood before the sink's mirror in the bathroom, grinning at her own reflection.
お 女は見られて美しくなるって言うけど
I don't know why, but I pictured James Sunderland standing in front of the bathroom mirror, just staring disassociated like into his own soul. When I read the line about her standing in front of the mirror and grinning at her reflection. Here on the right, we have James just looking sad and depressed. And here on the left, we have Mion having the time of her life. Both of them will have much different adventures in Silent Hill. Oh, please. If that were true, then every single woman that you see on social media would be walking goddesses by now.
水着を着た時より今の方がさらに魅力が増してるような気がするしこの水着返さないといけないのかなおじさんずっと身につけていたいなそういえばケイちゃんやっぱり焼いてくれたのかなケイちゃん私たち部活メンバーの絆は変わらないよでもそれ以上にステップアップするならそのジェラシーを胸にもう一歩勇気を持って踏み出してほしいかな
KHE, prick your ears up. She's confessing.
何言ってんだろうねおじさんは照れちゃう
Love is indeed a very embarrassing affair a lot of the time. That is very true. I speak from experience. I was a man who was very deeply in love once. I just hope Teppei's voice actor got paid well. Who wants to be associated with that guy? Not me, I can tell you that much. Imagine after the first audition, the team tells the voice actor, "So, you'll be playing a piece of shit everyone will end up hating." You know what that kind of reminds me of? I don't know how many of you are familiar with the old live-action Harry Potter movies, but the guy that played Draco Malfoy in those movies, I forget his name. I remember hearing stories where, as he was growing up, as he was constantly reprising his role as Draco Malfoy in those movies, he would get bullied a lot in school and other places because a lot of other kids his age would see him in person. They would confuse him for the actual character Draco Malfoy, and they would just basically harass him over it. And yeah, and there's one or two other actors I'm forgetting right now where similar things end up happening, but it actually tends to happen. It actually tends to happen the most to people who play the role of villains, especially in highly popular franchises. It seems to just draw people in who have a very hard time disassociating fiction from reality. And the minute that they see you, the guy who played the villain character in real life, they'll often go after you. It's one of the reasons why if I ever did any kind of acting job, period, and I end up playing the role of a villain, and God forbid that work of fiction or whatever ends up becoming really popular, I would actually be concerned that I would have a trove of delusional fanboys or fangirls harassing me because they think that, I don't know, I'm a serial rapist in real life or something because I played the role of one in some fictional story. You know what I mean? It would be pretty freaking annoying to deal with. Definitely something you gotta keep in mind if you're ever gonna get into acting, especially if somebody asks you to play the role of a villain character. If you're too good at your job, you might end up regretting it later, as some people will tell you about. Man, can't you just take me on right there in the bathroom, right this instant? I don't know. Now, I don't know. Maybe she would be for it right now.
何を鏡の前で気持ち悪くニヤニヤしてるんですか、おねえ。あ、シオン。びっくりした。なんでこんなところにいるのさ。今期間限定で エンジェルモート沖宮市民プール支店がフードコートに出店中ですので。
Yeah, and Tepe nailed the asshole tone of voice. He nailed the asshole performance in general. It's not just the tone of voice. I mean, he delivered the demeanor of an asshole pretty effectively, if I do say so myself.
ああ、そういえばそうだっけ。
But then again, now that I think about it, I guess if you do play a lot of villain characters in various types of media, as well as a host of other kinds of characters on the morality scale, heroes, anti-heroes, that kind of thing, if you have a wide enough selection of roles that people know you for, maybe that would balance it out a little bit, where the amount of people that might harass you for playing the role of a villain character would actually lessen, because a lot of those same people might also know you playing the role of a hero in something else or something like that. Yeah, you're still going to deal with some people that have trouble telling fiction from reality at the end of the day. Yes, that's sadly unavoidable with that kind of thing. But maybe it would be less, as long as maybe having more notoriety in that case, especially with a variety of roles, might actually, ironically, give you a little bit more protection against that kind of thing. At least I assume it would. Food for thought. Anyway, I'll see you later, Neo. Gotta go? Have a good night, Conkle. It was good to see you, as always.
バイトお疲れさんだね。
Still yet to finish last stream. Yeah, it was long. Still can't believe how freaking long the Brookhaven section was. Like, holy shit. But you have a good night. It was good seeing you.
せいぜい頑張って働いて小銭を稼いでちょうだいね。私は男たちの視線を集めるので忙しいから。
She spoke with a loose, sloppy smile, and deep down, Shion is seething. Her guard was completely down. Keiichi was standing by just outside the bathroom. Keiichi! You heard her talking about you, right? Did you hear her talk about you? She likes you, my boy. She likes you. Once Shion hit her with the stun gun, the two of them would pretend she fainted and carry her somewhere out of sight to relieve her of the swimsuit.
まったくそんなだらしない顔をしてると頬が緩みますよ。お姉さんの間抜け顔になったらもう瓜二つの姉妹じゃなくなってしまいますね。そんなことないよ。少し緩んだ方がよりあんたの顔に近づくと思うしね。
Uh-oh. They're sniping at each other. Mion and Shion were having their usual silly banter. Is that what you call it? Yet Shion's right arm slowly advanced from Mion's blind spot. Only her arm moved, like it had a life of its own, bringing the stun gun closer. Then, in a blink, only slightly faster, Mion's own arm moved like it was alive and pulled her big model gun out from somewhere, pressing against Shion's forehead. Hot damn, this is escalating real quickly. From their expressions, they both looked like they were chatting, but their arms were acting separately.
何？何の真似？
I wonder if this is some kind of accidental twin telepathy we might be witnessing here. Which is why, right at the same exact time, they both decided to reach for their guns. Because they were just riling each other up enough here. The way only twins can.
あんたのスタンガンもだいぶいじってあるらしいけど、
Actually, wait, that doesn't make sense saying it like that. It was probably just a gut feeling thing that they acted on. A gun? Where did Mion keep it? In her swimsuit bottoms? Well, I would assume so, because the bra that she's wearing here doesn't have enough doesn't have enough space covering her chest area to hide it there. And her bust certainly isn't big enough by itself to where you could just hide it in just the ample cleavage. So, yeah. I assume it's the bottoms. Or maybe it's actually in the little hoodie she's wearing.
私のこいつもね、かなりいじってるんだよ。アルミ缶なら貫通するし。それは冗談にしても。額にしばらくは跡が残るよ。シオンのあだ名、大仏様になっちゃうかもね。やだ、やめてくださいよね。怖い。
She played it off, but her brow was twitching. They really were twins. Okay, so I guess I wasn't just imagining it here. It is some kind of twin telepathy thing we got going on here. They could sense the other's hostility.
モテモテの水着着てみたかったんでしょ。でもダメ。あんたには着せてあげない。ですよね。それではおね。私そろそろバイトに戻りますんで。頑張ってね。吉郎おじさんによろしくね。
Shion, you failed me. How could you?
おねえに遅れを取るなんて。
I do not tolerate failure.
マジかよ。シオンの奇襲が効かないのかよ。
Keiichi, you're up.
しかも今の失敗でもう警戒モードに入っちまっただろうし、まずいな。次はどう仕掛けりゃいいんだ。
いいえ、まだ手はあります。今度はケイちゃんの番です。
You heard the lady.
おいおい、シオンの不意打ちが効かない相手にこれ程度がどう不意打ちをするってんだよ。
いえいえ、不意打ちといってもケイちゃんにしかできない別の角度からの不意打ちもありますので。
Yeah, because you heard what she was just muttering to herself in front of the mirror about Keiichi. And you're gonna use that knowledge to your advantage, aren't you? I'll teach you my secret plan, Keiichi. I'm 50-50 on whether or not it'll actually work, but it's the only option we have in order to save the galaxy. Leaving the fate of the entire galaxy on a coin toss.
ケイちゃんじゃん。
You cannot make this shit up. Actually, wait, you can. Hanyu certainly did.
おーい。
Bye, Conkle. Oh, wait, you said someone else. Hold on a second. Bro, I'm remembering a funny scene in a movie with that scene. LMFAO, that was hilarious. Alright, bye. Good night, Conkle. But yeah. Now, what do we have here?
モテモテを満喫しているようだな。
あれ？どうしたの？なんだか元気ないよ。おじさんがモテモテなんでちょっと焼いちゃった。
焼いてなんかねえよ。
焼いてる焼いてる。
俺が思ったのは、どいつもこいつもお前の本当の魅力。モテモテの水着の魔力でたぶらかされてるだけで、あの男どもは誰もミオンの本当の魅力に気づいちゃいないんだ。俺にはお前の本当の魅力が分かってるのに、誰も分からねえことが悔しいっていうか情けねえっていうか。
ケイちゃん。
俺はミオンの本当の魅力を知ってるぜ。
This is dirty. You warming your way into her heart like this just to strip her and leave her hanging. This is kinda evil, actually.
そしてその魅力を見て他の男たちが感激してるなら嫉妬なんかしねえさ。むしろお前の親友として誇らしいくらいさ。だからあの取り巻きの連中にお前の本当の魅力を見てもらいたいんだ。そしてミオンにも知ってほしい。
私？
お前自分のことをいつもおじさんは女らしくないからみたいに言って卑下しているが、お前は本当は可愛らしい女の子の魅力に溢れてるんだぜ。俺だけがそれに気づいてることが今までは誇らしかったけど。
What makes this so bad for me is that we know he doesn't mean a single word of anything he's saying right now, and yet we also know that Mion hearing all this stuff is like is going to be like being on cloud 9 and above for her. It's just gonna make her swoon. And we also know that her heart's just gonna get broken at the end of this for comedy. Oh my god. I feel bad. It hasn't happened yet, but I feel bad already.
あの取り巻きの連中にお前の本当の魅力を見てもらいたいんだ。
ケイちゃん。
Hey, Shion! Is this really the right thing to do? If Mion finds out this was just a strategy to get the irresistible swimsuit off her, then she'll rip me apart. Either that or she'll cry her eyes out somewhere else. Well, I guess sacrificing myself is a small price compared to saving the galaxy.
水着、自分が持ってきたものに着替えようかなって思ったけど、やっぱり自信がないよ。今日持ってきてた水着、本当に色気も可愛げもないつまらない水着でさ、みんな幻滅するよ。
I'll be the judge of that.
もちろん、ケイちゃんも。
これを着てくれ。
これは？
ミオンの魅力を一番引き出せる水着はこれだと俺は信じてる。
Keiichi handed her a paper bag with the swimsuit that Shion had provided him with. He had no idea what the swimsuit was like. I see the problem already. I think I see the problem already. He has no idea what the swimsuit was like, and it's a swimsuit for Mion by Shion. I think I see trouble brewing already. But he lied through his teeth so he could get her to change into it, letting him recover the irresistible swimsuit.
わかった。でも似合わなくても笑ったりしないって約束してよね。
当たり前だろ。あと脱いだモテモテの水着は俺からリカちゃんに返却するから持ってきてくれ。
なんで私の脱いだ水着をケイちゃんに渡さないといけないの？なんでどうしてもって言うならまあいいけど。
You are so lucky she just decided to shrug this off.
やめろ、赤面するな。銀河の命運のために言ってるんだ。
Shut up, boy!
とにかく急いでくれ。
Mion went back into the women's changing room with light-headed steps.
ケイちゃん、オッケーです。
What kind of swimsuit did you put in that bag, Shion? Because if she comes out of that changing room enraged and not wearing it, then it will be your fault. Failing me once is already bad enough, but failing me twice, and it because of intentional sabotage on your part, I will not stand for that. I will not stand for it. I will go get my tank and show you how I deal with double failures.
ねえ、お姉なんて簡単でしょ。
Mion wearing the swan. Oh please, as funny as that would be, sadly I don't think it's gonna be quite that epic.
ここまでは簡単だが後日が怖いぞ。というか惨劇フラグが立ってるよな絶対。銀河が救われても俺が救われる予感が全くしない。
Well, at least you're aware of the fate that is going to befall you at the end of this. YOLO.
それはケイちゃんがそろそろ覚悟を決めればいいだけの話で。
覚悟？何の覚悟だよ。
あんまり鈍感が過ぎるとお姉だけじゃなく私の惨劇フラグも立っちゃいますよ。
Wait, what? Oh. You referencing her feelings?
あ、お姉、お帰りです。よく似合ってますよ。何これ。
Do they not have a mirror in those changing rooms? Why are you confused as to what it is? What is it? What is it?
水着？
Mion came back from changing, wearing something extremely familiar, even if she did look incredibly good in it.
これ、エンジェルモートの服。
Wait. Angel Mort's uniform?
だよね。そうですよ、お姉。相変わらずよーく似合ってますね。はい、これは外してください。
Shion quickly removed Mion's hair tie. Wow. They really are identical. Her long hair flowed free of its former ponytail. And so now it... Oh my god. Oh my god. I think I get what the plan is. You made Mion look like you, Shion, on purpose. You're trying to put the idea into Mion's head that Keiichi wants to look at you. So you give the swimsuit, the uniform rather, that you wear, in order to have Mion wear it, in order to make her look like you, because that's what he wants to see. That's the idea, or at least that's the idea that you want put into Mion's head. And you want Mion to realize that too, don't you? That is diabolical. Diabolical. Her long hair flowed free of its former ponytail, and so now it looked like two Shions were standing there.
どういうこと？
That was when they heard Uncle Yoshiro's voice. He was calling for Shion-san.
ああ、いたいた。しおんちゃん、ごめんごめん。休憩を切り上げてくれる？
Oh, thank God. Oh. No, you just set her up to switch places with you at the shop. Okay. Never mind. Here I was thinking that Shion was actually about to set up something truly diabolical. But maybe I'm the diabolical one in this equation, because clearly I was the only person that was thinking that.
お客さんが急に増えちゃってさばききれないんだよ。
ちょっと待ってよ。私シオンじゃないから。ミオン。
どっちでもいいよ。エンジェルモートの服を着ててくれたらそれで OK。 はい行くよ行くよ。
すみませんねお姉。私たちは銀河を救うので忙しいので、しばらく私の代わりにお店の手伝いよろしくお願いしますね。
God.
覚えてろー。
Shion was jealous of swimsuit. Tricks Mion out of it so she can wear it herself. Okay, actually that might be plausible too.
というわけで無事に2着目も回収です。
よし、これもとっとと魔法のゴミ箱に入れるぞ。残り時間はあと15分しかないぞ。
お姉がもたもた着替えていたせいですね。
In the next instant, the wooden hammer used to hit temple gongs came flying out of nowhere and struck Keiichi right in the back of the head. Jesus! You could kill a man with that, man! While the hammer had originally been aiming for Shion, she cleanly dodged it.
見つけましたわ。シオンさん、さっきはよくも。いくらなんでもいきなりビリビリは反則でございましたよ。
And leaving her alone with Irie of all people. Anyway, I'm glad to see that they just didn't decide to just ignore Sadako after she got carried away by the quote-unquote good doctor.
さとこ、まあまあ怒らないで。事情を聞けば仕方なかったと分かってくれるはずです。
実はな、お前らが着ていたあのモテモテの水着は
フルデ神社の危険な宝物なんでございましょう。
Who filled you in?
気絶している間に神様から啓示がありましたわ。
Oh, on you. Of course. Once the irresistible swimsuits were removed, Hanyu was able to make contact and explain the circumstances. Thanks to her divine power, everyone could understand the situation without any confusion. How convenient for us.
モテモテは満喫できて楽しかったですけれど、それと引き換えに銀河が滅ぶのはさすがにまずいですわよ。あと残りは何人なんですの？
Reina and Rika, last I checked.
あと2人、リカちゃんとレナだ。残り時間は15分を切ってる。
You might want to pick up the pace then.
のんびりおしゃべりしてる暇はないってことです。急ぎますよ。ケイちゃん、さとこ。
次は誰を狙う？やっぱりリカちゃんか。
リカが正気に戻ってくれれば話が早いですわ。
Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure Rika knows full well what she's doing. And she's going to say no. Because she knows what she's doing.
レナさんはあまり浮かれず落ち着いてましたし、リカが状況を理解して危険だから脱いで返してくれと言えばきっと簡単に返してくれますわ。
しかしリカちゃんは簡単にはいかなそうだぞ。普段は猫をかぶってるが、あれでなかなかの手だれの老快な部活メンバーだぞ。
And at least 100 years older, spiritually and mentally, than the rest of you. Don't forget that part.
さとことお姉の取り巻きもリカちゃまに吸収されて、とんでもない人数の親衛隊に膨れ上がってますね。
うわ、リカちゃんめ分かっててやってるな。あんな脳殺な仕草を連発したら連中のテンションはやばいことになっちまってるぞ。
リカは男の方を手玉に取るのを楽しんでいる節がありますわ。
Well, there is also the fact that she is basically cosplaying as a gothic Lolita on top of everything else. I mean, are you familiar with Toho? That shit, that stuff was pretty popular back in the day for a reason, last I checked. In other words, she would be the most impregnable target of them all. However, it was also highly likely that conquering Rika-chan would resolve everything all at once. She was basically the final boss. I'm just calling it on a lot of this stuff today, aren't I? Hanyu, if you could warn them, why didn't you warn them before they put them on? Don't forget, Espen, this is Hanyu we're talking about, and Hanyu, bless her heart, is an idiot. Kamikashimashi, the last arc that we did before this one, not counting the CD drama, should have proved that beyond a shadow of a doubt. But then again, I am also declaring that thing non-canon, so I guess maybe we could just ignore that one. Maybe, hopefully, unless somebody from the series decides to contradict me on it and make it canon, in which case despair is all that will await me. Even so, it was worth circumventing her and conquering Sadako and Mion first. Rika final boss? Are we forgetting in Reina? They certainly are. Don't forget, she was the final boss of Chapter 6. Having the Trapmaster Sadako on their side was a big deal. Plus, having Mion take her place meant the rival Shion was freed from the bonds of hourly wage labor. That also made it seem like it would be even better to conquer Reina and get her on their side first, but...
時間がないな。急がば回れをしている余裕がない。
私たちのすべての力を結集してリカとの戦いで決着をつけるべき
リカちゃまに絡めては通用しなさそうですね。
さりとて正面からぶつかっても到底勝ち目があるとは思えないぞ。あの目がハートになってる親衛隊連中を見ろ。リカちゃんのためなら死ねるって顔をしてるぞ。
ケイチさん、部活メンバー以外が何十人束になろうと、そんなの私のトラップの前には何の意味もございませんでしたよ。
Well, she's got a point there. Just ask the mountain dogs how well they fared against her traps. This was their strategy. Sadako would move in ahead of time and set up a kill zone of powerful traps. And what's gonna make you so certain that Rika won't notice her setting traps up all over the place in this kill zone? Then Keiichi and Shion would launch their attack while Sadako blocked off the escape paths. Actually, wait, maybe if Rika is constantly surrounded by a bunch of horny dudes and they're constantly obscuring her vision, then yeah, maybe Sadako could use them as literal cover and take full advantage of it. That would work. Together, they drive Rika's followers into the kill zone, putting a stop to them. They would also need additional traps to confuse the bodyguards. Once she lost them, Rika would finally decide to flee in order to protect herself. Sadako disappeared into the crowd for a while. Then after about 5 minutes, she came back giving the all-clear sign.
よし、行くぜ。銀河を守るぞ。
Guardians of the Galaxy, unite! Hey, I'm sorry. Did Sadako just spontaneously spawn a new dress out of the blue?
さあリカさん、日焼け止めを塗って差し上げましょう。いえいえ、それよりも私と一緒にパラソルの下でタピオカミルクティーをいかがです。ああ、リカさんのお肌が日に焼かれるなんて許せない。
That smug grin on her face under this context, this is so bad.
さあ、僕の影にお入りを。
とっても快適で、まるで女王様になった気分なのですよ。
Hardy har har. I see what you did there, Rika. Very funny. Very clever.
ニパ
何事
Uh-oh. I think they're dead. After the sound of explosions, most of the crowd began sneezing. A huge amount of Sadako's secret pepper mix bang snaps erupted within them. The rising clouds of pepper smoke were sending the bodyguards into a sneezing hell.
敵襲敵襲リカ様を安全な場所に避難させろ。
落ち着きなさい。サトコのトラップは陽動よ。それより背後を固めさせなさい。
さあリカさん私たちの肉の影に
As expected from Rika, she didn't even flinch at such an attack. However, even if Rika could issue appropriate commands, the bodyguards following her were just amateurs.
行くぜシオン。誰？
はい、了解です。そりゃ
うわうわ
What did you do to them? Keiichi and Shion turned the lane dividers into jump ropes, and the bodyguards fell into the pool one after the other. Well, I guess that would work.
今です。
リカ悪ふざけにしても今回の水着はシャレになりませんでしたよ。
Sadako nimbly leapt through the path cleared by Keiichi and Shion, swinging in on a rope. Of course, Keiichi and Shion weren't slacking off either. They were still going wild with the lane dividers, dumping the bodyguards into the pool like they were playing some kind of game.
サトコ、何を怒っているのですか？あんなにも楽しい思いができたのに。それと引き換えに銀河まで大爆発なんて聞いてませんわよ。何を言っているのです？
While they managed to confuse the bodyguards and get them off of Rika, she was quite nimble herself. She looked like she was spinning about as she ran, but she was cleverly predicting Sadako's trap zones and evading them.
さすがはリカ。お見通しのようですわね。サトコの寝相もあくびも癖も好みも僕は何でもお見通しなのですよ。
You know you're in serious trouble when somebody knows you well enough to know how you yawn. You might want to give up on this one, Sadako.
ニパ
まずいですね。サトコのトラップをこうも読み切られているとは。
追いかけっこなんかしてる場合じゃないってのに。くそ、時間が。
The hour's almost up. Where's Reina?
いや、まだ一つ手があるんです。サトコならそれに気づいているはず。
それにかけるしかない。あ、やば。
Keiichi slipped. The bodyguards didn't let that chance escape and dogpiled onto Keiichi.
しまった。
Oh no, trapped under a pile of sweaty men. God help this poor boy.
シオン、あとは頼む。俺はなんとか切り抜ける。うわ、離せ。うわ。
Well, I can think of one way that you can get out. Make them very uncomfortable. Lick their ears or their feet. That'll get them running off of you. Keiichi struggled to escape from the mountain of bodyguards that kept leaping in and piling up on top of him. The club members couldn't wait for his escape, though. So instead, Shion steeled her resolve. Lick, boy! Lick before they get too big! Shion's stern gaze met Sadako's eyes. With just that moment of eye contact, they both understood what the other was planning.
リカを仕留めるにはそれしかありませんわね。でも
本当はこれはケイちゃんの役なんですがね。仕方ないです。あとは任せるしか。何を企んでいるのかは知らないけれど、二人がかりだろうとサトコのトラップには簡単にはかからないわよ。
It was true. Rika had a solid read on them. Sako's traps were very dangerous. That was all the more reason why she always subconsciously made sure to keep herself from getting caught in their activation. That was why she could predict Sadako's traps by gauging the distance she kept while driving others toward them. No matter how close she pressed in, Sadako always backed off when pushing them into the trap zone. As long as she didn't miss that moment, she would never be driven into Sadako's traps.
そう読み切ったと思った瞬間が私のトラップに絡め取られた瞬間でしたよ。
今です、サトコ。
Sadako and Shion both leapt at her together. It certainly wasn't impossible to overwhelm her with two attacking at once. However, there were still many bodyguards around. Even if they both restrained her temporarily, the crowd of bodyguards would quickly peel them off of her and restrain them. That's why she couldn't understand it. For a moment, she couldn't understand Sadako and Shion's play, and that opening was all they needed to grapple her. Naturally, the bodyguards rushed Rika-sama, shouting, "Save her!" and ended up in a massive ball of people. There was no way they could strip her swimsuit from her with all of the men there.
何をまさか
サトコ流トラップの究極奥義。自身の保身を捨ててでも自らをトラップに組み込むこともありましたよ。
Wow, how brave of you.
まさか自分ごと。
リカ様をお救いしろリカ様
Damn, there's so many sound effects this episode that catches me off guard because I recognize them. You mean all the stock sound effects?
ケイちゃん、あとはよろしくです。
It's gonna be very weird that once I finish this thing, because I realize that it's probably going to be a good long while that before I hear any of these sound effects ever again. You know, considering I've been covering this series for the better part of 5 years at this point. It's gonna be pretty weird when I have to get used to not hearing them on a consistent basis anymore. A roar, a flash, an explosion. Sako's all-out trap erupted. Well, guess what? I gotta go relieve myself once again. All this stuff I'm drinking is just flowing right through me. I'll be right back real quick. Alright, I'm back. You're saying you've been streaming this consistently? You mean Higurashi? Well, no, I haven't been streaming Higurashi consistently. Most of my coverage of the series has been in proper dedicated video Let's Play format. It was only towards the end of the console arcs that I decided to. It was towards the end of the console arcs that I basically decided to start streaming the rest of the series proper. Especially once my work schedule started to become a very recurring interference in my ability to consistently deliver on dedicated Let's Plays, because I have to take time to, you know, record and edit them, you know. Yeah, I'm just messing with you. Oh. Well, how dare you? How dare you mess with me? One day, I'm gonna mess with you right back. Maybe I'll find a way to catapult a snowman on your car or something. Guarantee you'll never see that coming. After a tremendous smoke slowly cleared, Rika, as well as Sadako and Shion, also all of the bodyguards were passed out with stars circling above their heads. Sadako had never once before used the kamikaze technique of catching both herself and her opponent in the same trap. That wasn't because she couldn't do it. She had held it in reserve the whole time. To use as a trump card one day when facing Rika, the person closest to her, who knew everything about her traps. However, since both Shion and Sadako had grappled Rika, they had both taken the full brunt of the trap. All three of them had rings of stars spinning above their heads. However, there was no time to savor this victory. They were already down to only 5 minutes left. Where's Reina? Aren't you guys forgetting her? They'd taken Rika down, but they still had Reina left. Okay, good, you're remembering. But you only got 5 minutes! He had also lost all the allies he could count on. Ah, we're gonna have a final showdown of Ultimate Destiny, Chapter 6 style, aren't we? It was hopeless. Keiichi approached Rika with the towel they had readied, and then he finally realized the fatal flaw in the situation. Pray tell. Oh, that's what you mean. Well, everybody else is unconscious right now, so it looks to me, you, good sir, are the only man left for the job. However, they had caused a big commotion. Lots of normal guests were looking over to see what was going on. So we would have to sneakily carry Rika-chan somewhere away from people, Keiichi thought. Impossible. There were even more normal guests now that it was the afternoon. It was impossible to find a place out of sight, and if anyone happened to see, rumors would spread through the entire village, and he'd be arrested on the spot. The fate of the galaxy rests on removing her swimsuit. Yeah, you could certainly sacrifice your reputation for life in order to save the rest of the galaxy, right? You wouldn't condemn the entire rest of the galaxy just to save a reputation that will get destroyed to the rest of the galaxy anyway. If you don't do it, would you, Keiichi? Would ya? But of course, he couldn't say that to some woman he didn't know and ask for her help.
終わった。俺の銀河。
レナが脱がせるね。
Huh?
ケイチ君はあっち向いてて。
What? Huh?
レナ
Reina appeared out of nowhere and safely recovered Rika-chan's swimsuit. What was going on? Good question. I'd like to know that myself.
リカちゃんのくれた水着すっごい力があったから、その分きっと悪い反対の力があってもおかしくないしね。それにやっぱり魅力というのは自分で培ったものじゃないと意味がないよね。本来のものでない魅力で持てたりしても後で虚しくなるだけだし。
You hear that, social media influencers? Cultivate your own charm, lest you feel empty inside. He thought Reina would be the most elated about it all, but the truth was the exact opposite. Reina had been calm from the very start. After seeing that Rika's swimsuits actually possessed supernatural power, she suspected that there had to be some kind of catch behind it. I'm still skeptical on them actually having some kind of supernatural power. Even though we did have a lot of men swooning after them. It wouldn't be, I mean, for crying out loud, considering the rest of the series and moments like these that played all throughout, it really would not surprise me if you guys just simply had a bunch of horny men in today. And considering Haji Sarashi and the other fan service arc that I'm forgetting, like, yeah, okay, look, this is not nothing unique, especially when it comes to you ladies. So I still can't help but be skeptical as to these things' supernatural powers.
じゃあ、レナは最初から。
私は怖いからって着るのは遠慮させてもらってたの。なんと。
Hey, nice of you to show up.
そうだったのですか？ならレナに啓示を与えて味方にすればよかったのです。
Well, it's your fault for being a dunce.
てっきりレナもモテモテの水着を着ているから啓示が通じないとばかり。
Wait a minute, hold on. You got your hands on these swimsuits before all this stuff happened, right? So you would know so should you know what they all look like? How do you not know?
しかしおかげで大ラッキーなのですよ。残り時間は5分を切りましたがギリギリで間に合いそうなのですよ。
Something's wrong here.
じゃあレナの分のモテモテの水着は？
更衣室のロッカーの中にあるよ。取ってくるね。
もう時間がほとんどないんだ。大急ぎで頼む。
わかった。
え
Uh-oh. What happened? Reina felt herself step on something unusual, and a huge wash tub hit her square in the head. One of Sadako's leftover traps. Uh-oh. Well, I think we're in trouble. You want to mess with me? Using snow? And you can give me PTSD with a snowman in the middle of the road. In the middle of a road? Why? What would that do? Did the snowman that was in the middle of the road, I don't know, whisper dark magic in your general direction from the Necronomicon or something? Oh, wait. I think I see where you're going with this. Let me guess. You, driving down the road during the middle of winter, thought that you had nearly ran over or did run over a person, but during the motion in which you were turning your car over or going down the street or what have you, you were only able to vaguely register a human-shaped person or object in front of you right before the car collided. You collided with it, thought you hit a person, and then you got out of your car or something like that to check and see what happened, and then you find it out, much to your relief, thankfully, that it wasn't an actual person that you hit, but a snowman. But the memory sticks with you to this day because of how badly it scared you. Something like that, right? Is that what you mean, Espen? A few years ago at work, I found a snowman in the middle of a farmland road. Angry face and widespread creepy arms. After that, I tell my colleagues to watch out for wandering snowmen during winter. Oh. Well, I will admit, that is unusual. Angry snowmen with widespread creepy arms. And here I was thinking it was something more mundane, like what I just laid out. Yeah, I guess I could see that definitely being creepy. Rena felt herself... Oh, yeah, I just read this, right. It was one of the traps set for the battle against Rika that hadn't gone off. Called it. You don't look fine. You look about as far from fine as you possibly can. And I say that as I think about the time that you, as I think about how you looked when you took an entire school hostage. Rena spun around twice and then collapsed onto the ground. Her eyes were filled with stars too. What a terrible reversal at the very last minute. Nah, I think we're gonna be fine.
だってレナの分の水着は女子更衣室の中にあるんだぞ。ロッカー番号と鍵は幸いにもレナが腕につけてるからなんとかなるが、とにかく女子更衣室にはさすがに入れない。
You're just gonna have to rush it. And if there are any women that get in your way, you're just gonna have to rush it even faster and get out before they hit you or something. Sadako, Shion, and Reina are all passed out and done for, Keiichi thought. Oh, right. Mion! There's Mion! Her uncle dragged her away, saying that they were busy with customers, but surely she's free by now.
こちらは最後尾ではありません。走らないでください。皆さんが協力してくれないと当店はもうここに出店できなくなってしまいます。皆さんお釣りが出ないようにあらかじめ準備をお願いします。あ、今から購入制限です。お一人様魅惑のプールサイドギャルツルペタプリンは一点限りとなります。
Sounds like business is going pretty well.
おいミオン、銀河を救うためにちょっと手を。
サクちゃん、レッツ整理変わって。私バックヤード入るから店長休ませて。みんな水飲んでね。熱中症に注意。ひなちゃんとりんちゃんレジ入って。それから私バックヤード入るから。水。はい。
Rip Bozo. Bozo being you, of course, Keiichi. The Yokinomiya public pool branch of Angel Mort was doing tremendously great business. Apparently they were offering a special bonus today, so they were swarmed with a terrible number of customers. Mion was fighting bravely on the front lines, but then she collapsed. I told you, you're gonna just have to rush right into the women's locker room and freaking get the hell out of there as quick as you can.
まずいぞ、最後の希望が。女子更衣室に入れて事情を理解してくれる最後の人間が。
There were only 5 minutes left. You're telling me that 5 minutes have not passed at all? After the last time you mentioned there was only 5 minutes left? Which is like what, 5 minutes ago? Time works in a very strange way in this universe sometimes, let me tell you. Almost not as bad as Dragon Ball Z levels of time passage, but still. He was completely out of ideas for women he could convince in such a short time to bring him the swimsuit from Reina's locker in order to save the galaxy. Hey, Hanyu, you're a woman, aren't you? I would ask Riku to check, but he's not here right now, so why don't you go in and fetch it, huh? It's your swimsuit, right?
俺のあの力は男同士にしか効かねえんだよ。そっちこそ神様パワーで誰か女の人を説得できねえのかよ。
Yeah, seriously, can't you do that?
今の僕は力が弱くて縁の近い部活メンバーにしか啓示は与えられないのですよ。
I know what Rika would say right now if she were here. You're useless!
どうすりゃいい？どうしろってんだ？
A useless god!
あ、もう時間が。
こうなればケイチ、銀河のために女子更衣室に突撃するのです。
断る。
You heard the useless idiot god! Brave the women's changing room!
銀河を救った代償が女子更衣室突撃乱入野郎の称号ではあまりに報われない。
You hear that, universe? You're all doomed. Because this idiot could not handle a single ounce of shame.
そんな称号を食らうくらいなら男ケイチ最後まで女の子のためのジェントルマンだったと墓石に刻んで散りたいぜ。
There's gonna be no tombstones left and the whole galaxy is blown up, you dumbass!
報われればできるというんですか？女子更衣室に飛び込む勇気は見合う報いがあればできるというのですか？
あるわけねえだろそんな報い。ああ、銀河は終わりだ。
ケイチ、僕の今の力のすべてを振り絞り無事に女子更衣室より生還した暁には最高のスーパー奇跡を与えることを約束しますです。
Didn't you just say a minute ago that your powers were weak right now? What ultimate miracle could you possibly grant him, even if you weren't bullshitting him right now? Come on!
話だけ聞こう。
あなたに素敵なひと夏のアバンチュールを。
Yeah, sure, you'll be able to grant that. Okay. Got it!
たくましき救世主は素敵な水着美少女とプールサイドでハートのストローで一緒にジュースを飲んじゃったり、それを絶対叶えてあげますのです。
よし、分かった、問題ない。銀河は任せろ。
So, okay. Just one important question. Who's the lucky missus gonna be in this equation? You? Though that being said, what now, Keiichi Maebara? Be cool, Keiichi Maebara. How will you retrieve Reina's swimsuit from the women's changing room? Will you ask someone? You have no leads. Just go in, you freaking coward! You have to do it yourself. However, it's plain as day what will happen if a guy goes into the women's changing room.
そうだ。
First he head to the first aid station. Irie was still asleep there with stars circling above his head. Probably because of Sadako. On his arm was the key for his locker. Keiichi borrowed that and headed for the men's changing room. Him entering the men's changing room was no problem at all. He opened the locker listed on the key's tag and found there Irie's belongings.
監督は言ってた。サトコに英国式メイド風水着に着替えろと。
You're gonna go in there dressed as a maid, aren't you?
つまり持ってきてるんだ。女性用水着を。しかも様々なサイズを用意しているとも言っていた。
Keiichi, I hate to break it to you, but even if you were to put on a woman's swimsuit, that bulge in between your legs that the ladies are going to inevitably see once they get a good look at you is going to be a dead giveaway.
やっぱりだ。あった。しかもご丁寧にカツラも。
Like I said, the bulge will give the game away.
監督はこんなものまでプールに持ってきて一体どうするつもりだったんだ。
ケイチ、視野にふけっている時間はないのですよ。
Hanyu, you are in the men's changing room. Vacate yourself at once, you heathen.
うおっ、
You heathenous god.
あと3分か。だがこの作戦を決行するには捨てねば。男のプライド、紳士の魂、そして前原圭一として積み上げてきた今日までのすべてを。
No comment. There are only 120 seconds left. A girl in an English maid-style swimsuit was timidly entering the women's changing room. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Gaze upon this, chat. Let it traumatize you. Unless it doesn't. Maybe some of you are into that sort of thing. Calm down. Be cool, Keiichi Maebara. Worth it! Well, at least it was worth it to somebody. I'm not a molester. I'm not a peeping Tom. I'm not a pervert. Well, I guess there is good news to this, now that I think about it. That skirt that you're wearing most certainly will hide the bulge. Too bad everything else isn't. Everything else about that outfit of yours is not doing a good job covering the rest of you up. Is this stream thumbnail? You know what? Why not? Why the frick not? This late into the game, I'm starting to think I might not get a proper CG artwork to use for this stream thumbnail. So I might as well just go ahead and use this. Why the hell not? Okay. Got that there. Let me save these. Now, let me get on to here. Dashboard. No content. Live. Boom. All right. Since it looks like I'm gonna get this done in one shot, I'm gonna also need to edit out the part 1 on the thumbnail thing here and change this probably to finale as well. But I'll do that later. All right. If that doesn't draw in everybody's attention, I don't know what will. Also, I know what Keiichi should have done. He should have run in there, holding his hand up by his eyes to hide his view, while telling whoever's in there that his friend Reina has passed out and need to fetch her insulin medication. Hey! That would actually be a smart thing to do. Perfect. Shame that Keiichi doesn't have your brain. You could have saved him a whole lot of trouble. I'm not a molester. I'm not a peeping Tom. I'm not a pervert. I'm doing this to save the galaxy!
周りを見るんじゃない。俺は女の着替えを見に来たんじゃない。だから周りを見るな。足元だけを見ていろ。ああ、でも足元を見ているだけではレナのロッカーに向かえない。
Keiichi, your broader shoulders and everything else about your physique is still going to give you away.
仕方なく時折周りを少しだけでも見なければ。
Sweet aroma filled my nostrils. Bull fucking shit! There is no sweet aroma in a woman's facility, whether it be a bathroom or a locker room or what have you. And you wanna know how I know that? I worked maintenance before. I would have to clean those areas from time to time. And let me tell you, especially in the case of the women's bathrooms, not only can they, on a number of occasions, be even messier than the men's, they can also stink just as bad. Take my word for it. I don't know what you're smelling, but it is definitely not how it probably realistically would smell. Your mind is only smelling what it wants to smell. A sweet aroma filled my nostrils. No way. Why is a space for women to change in filled with such a sweet smell? Don't blush and don't panic, Keiichi Maebara. It's alright. You're currently cross-dressing. Don't act suspicious and no one will notice. As long as no one finds out, then you're fine. Beware of perverts. I don't know. Would this actually count as a CG? I don't know. The style clashes too much with everything. With all the rest of this series, I don't think it'd work. Beware of perverts. Beware of peepers. If you see anyone suspicious, inform the nearest staff member. Beware of locker thieves. If you see anyone suspicious, report them immediately. Do not tolerate perverts. Death to perverts! God almighty! Seize any enemies to women, strip them bare, and drag them through the city completely nude. I see someone here is a fan of Game of Thrones. They must be referencing that one infamous scene in, what was it? Season 5 or whatever? Shame. 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 If you know, you know. If not, then, well, ignore me. Yeah. If I'm caught, I'm dead. Socially, mentally, and physically. Don't make me regret being born a man. Then kill me. Bounce, bounce. Jiggle, jiggle. Rustle, rustle. Snap, snap. It's hell! Marshmallow hell, maybe. This is hell disguised as heaven. I strongly refuse to let blood surge down below. Holy shit. Hearing somebody describe trying to avoid getting a boner in Higurashi was definitely not on my bingo card today, but I'm can't say I can really complain because of how the circumstances is just perfect. This is just perfect. Yeah, don't pop a boner, Keiichi, whatever you do. I don't think the skirts will be enough to hide that. This is the one thing I must avoid. Empty your mind and your heart. Keiichi Maebara, you must not be tempted by their allure so that you can save the galaxy. Yeah, don't let your boner ruin the galaxy now.
Keiichi! Nonbiri shiteru hima wa nai no desu yo!
Hanyu, do you mind? I'm trying not to pop a boner.
あと1分を切りましたです
くそ、もうどうにでもなれ。
Keiichi, if you're caught, it won't matter what they want to do. The galaxy will be destroyed in a few seconds. Remember. Yeah, good point. He raced through in one shot. Reina's locker was right there. He nimbly unlocked it and opened up Reina's knapsack. There! That drawstring pouch! The moment he pulled it out, an oddly small handkerchief with frills and small ribbon fell out alongside it. Yes, it's only a handkerchief. Don't question it, Keiichi Maebara. I'm questioning it. Reina's such a girly girl. Even her handkerchiefs are so small, so light, and so cute.
ケイイチあと30秒なのですよプールサイドで水着美少女とアバンチュールはなくてもいいのですか
うわー銀河銀河銀河
Only scant seconds left. He dashed out of the women's changing room, and he threw the drawstring pouch toward the magic trash can by the other entrance. Please go in! Please don't.
ケイイチ
Please tell me it bounced. Please tell me it bounced and it didn't go in. He did it! God damn it! The last swimsuit disappeared into the magic trash can and was purified. Son of a bitch! There was only 1 second left to spare. Mankind. No, the Earth and the whole galaxy were saved.
ケイイチいやこの銀河の救世主よよくぞやり遂げてくれましたです僕ももう4つもの漂着物を送り返したのでヘロヘロですが最後に残された力を使って約束通りケイイチにプールサイドでのひとときの夢を叶えますですそれではケイイチまたいつか次の綿流しにて
やったついにやり遂げた
He honestly wanted to strike a victory pose and shout out loud. However, he was still cross-dressing. There were plenty of guests from Hinamizawa around him as well. For now, he would hold it in and duck into a bathroom or something in order to change back into male attire.
おう、またんかい姉ちゃん。
What are you gonna do? I have a deadly weapon under this skirt, you know. Don't make me whip out and use it on you. You want that? I mean it. I know how to use it. What? Some delinquents with pompadours were hassling Keiichi. He must have run into them when he dashed out of the women's changing room to throw the swimsuit in the trash. Did we now? Can you hear the absolute agony in his voice? Somebody get this poor man a doctor. What the hell are these punks saying? Besides, I'm a guy. I'm a guy. I don't know, man. Seems to me like you might actually have the feminine curves and physique to pass off as one after all. Maybe I'm just blind. Maybe these fine gentlemen here see something in you that I don't. In which case, lucky you, m'lady. You got 3 fine gentlemen to keep you company now. Have fun. Though I can't reveal that now. Doing so might get rid of the delinquents, but then the normal guests would find out that Keiichi Maebara came out of the women's changing room dressed like a girl. I have to wait for my chance, without exposing that I'm a guy.
おい待てよ。男が3人がかりで女の子に絡むなんて見過ごせねえぜ。
Oh? Huh? Who?
なんじゃこれ。スコトレ。
The delinquents were slightly overwhelmed, despite their show of spirit. That was because the man who showed up was someone who could never be described as weak. The muscles in his legs were visibly toned, and it was obvious they had both endurance and explosive strength. His arm muscles were impressive as well. They were nicely tanned, and it was clear that he never once skipped out on training underneath the hot sun. It's Ooshi! It's Ooshi, isn't it? I'm joking, of course. His head was shaved and a clean crew cut as well. Not to mention the fact that his burning gaze was filled with an unwavering resolve. Hey, Keiichi, look upon your dazzling hero.
女の子を守れるなら喧嘩沙汰で甲子園出場自体も上等だぜ。俺の剛速球甲子園と今この場どっちで見てみてえか。
Wow! Keiichi never thought the day would come where he saw his soul brother Kamada-kun displaying such glory. He was the kind of pervert to compare a dessert to a woman and then lick and slurp it down. But in that very moment, he looked like a savior.
Me.
Ugh, some in my eyes. A second. Damn. Okay, I think I got it out. Whew. Well. Now that I'm actually getting a good look at you, I guess Asako does have a bigger bust than Rika.
僕は何も悪くないのですよ。羽生が全て悪いのです。少しは反省遊ばせ。
Also, where'd you get the Angel Mort uniform?
危うく銀河を滅ぼしかけましたのよ。
Soul brother? Soul mate. That's right. It was love at first sight, you see.
ところで僕はどうしてエンジェルモートの格好なのですか？少しは責任を感じてシオンさんの代わりにバイトして反省なさいませですわ。
異世界のアイテムは反物質でできてたわけか。そのエネルギー何かに使えたならよかったんだけどね。
ただ身につけるだけでモテモテになれるなんて奇跡は銀河が滅んじゃうくらいのエネルギーが必要なんだろうね。
つまり相応にモテたかったらインチキせずおとなしく自分を磨いてダイエットでもしろってことですね。ところで銀河の救世主はどこにいるの？
I'm just going to save this real quick as a possible replacement for the thumbnail. Possibly. But I might just keep the one of Keiichi because of how very unusual and striking it is compared to even previous arcs where fan service was the star of the show. Gotta give the cross-dressers, gotta consider giving the cross-dressers a little bit of attention, you know?
羽生が言うにはプールサイドで水着美少女とジュースを飲んでいるそうですが、いないね。どこだろうね。
遠慮しなくていいんだぜ。これはおごりだから。
Hanyu, was this on purpose? When you said that you were going to grant Keiichi's desire to share a drink with a woman from the same straw by the poolside, did you make Keiichi himself the woman in the equation because he was already dressed as one? Okay, realistically speaking, this was probably just a result of sheer incompetence on Hanyu's part. Chances are she did not do this on purpose, even though it would be funny as hell if she did. She probably just screwed this up, because this is Hanyu we're talking about. But hey, I'll take it.
ささ、飲んで飲んで。
Why do I have to drink juice from a heart-shaped straw with Kamina-kun? Am I not the savior? Well, hey, he's the savior. Last I checked, he saved you from those three delinquents. Is the savior Kamina-kun? The gods of Hinamizawa are awful. I knew they couldn't be trusted. Give me back my offering! Ah. Rika just looked over here. Rika-chan, it's me, Keiichi. Notice me, please. And drag me away from Kamina-kun, please.
どうですリカ？ケイイチさん、そっちにいまして。こっちにはいなかったのですよ。
Yeah, oh, you absolutely did. You absolutely noticed me. You liar. You little old lady. No! Rika-chan!
おやその水着はまさに英国式メイド風水着。 なんとプールサイドに低粛なメイド魂を持つ美少女がいるとは。
Okay, come on, Doc. You're an actual doctor too, to boot. So you have special privileges to mess around in people's bodies more than the average person ordinarily would be allowed to. In addition to being a freaking huge pervert. Certainly you, looking at him, would be able to tell something ain't quite right with the way his hips and his shoulders are structured. Right?
Nanda, いや、ソウルブラザー。この子は俺が先に声をかけたんだぜ。引っ込んでな。
あなたごときに奥ゆかしい英国文化を理解できているとは到底思えませんね。彼女のような素晴らしい逸材には格の負けぬご主人様が必要です。この私のような。
お嬢さん、ちょっと待っていてくださいね。この唐突に現れたスケベ中年をパパッとやっつけますんで。それが終わったら背中にオイルを塗ってあげますからね。
If you actually do that and you're able to apply your hands onto his back, feel his muscles and still think that you're touching a woman afterward, there is no hope for you, Kamada.
少子千番、我が理想のメイド嬢、あなたを迎え私が最高のメイドに調教して差し上げましょう。
ておりー、くらえたが速球。
甘いですね。残像です。
見切ってるぜ
ー。やりますね。
Do you feel your reward is worth it, Keiichi? Do you feel like a hero yet? The beautiful girl in a swimsuit and a twin-tail wig sat at a poolside table with a parasol, watching over as her two brave saviors fought over her.
滅べ。もういっそ銀河ごと。
Uh-oh. I think we're witnessing the villain's origin story, chat. The galaxy might be filled with countless stars, but the unhappy star of misfortune was always shining above Keiichi. Well, holy shit. We're done. Well, then again, I guess we technically do have one last thing, don't we? Whatever this omake thing is. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take another quick bathroom break. And assuming that this omake thing ends up being relatively short, we're gonna go through that real quick. And then I'm going to bring the stream to a close. Be right back. Alright. I don't know what this thing is, but I guess we're gonna find out now, won't we? Oh, must be a bonus menu. So we got a music room, a 2022 after party, and a secret staff room. Ah. Okay, so this is pretty self-explanatory as far as modes go, so... I think what we really want to check out are these two right here. The after party and the secret staff room. Well, our last little bit of bonus content for the sound novels. I personally think it's an appropriate way to end things, so let's get started. Oh, this isn't even voiced. Okay, it's been a while since we had an after party, but let's go! Good work! It's been an awfully long time since we had an after party. We used to have one at the end of every story. I never thought we'd still be having them in the Reiwa era. After Showa comes Heisei, and Reiwa comes after that. It's hard to keep track of them all. I want you to try counting out how old we all are in the current Reiwa year, when we were from the 58th year of the Showa era. Nipa? Now there's a fun little math problem to figure out. No, no, no! Stop it! Stop the count! We'll always be in the prime of our youth. Yeah, well, joke's on you. There's been at least one arc where you weren't in the prime. I suppose there might be some people who don't know what this after-party thing is about. So I'll go ahead and explain. Back when Higurashi When They Cry was published as a doujin game, it was released chapter by chapter. Basically, every chapter except for Matsuri Bayashi ended in tragedy and left you feeling bad. Yes, that's right. So to clear those bad feelings away, we held these after parties where we all carried on like normal. Too bad they never helped me feel better. Things were brutal for us in the stories too, so we wanted to cut loose here. Nipa? Apparently, it's both our own after party and an after party for the production staff. That's right. It's also meant to celebrate the final build, so it's shenanigans all around. In actuality, the debug tournament from Hell starts right after this, so it's not really the final build at all. Nipa? Well, she's right about that. I mean, the designers have to basically script and program this little thing too. I see. So that excitement and those agonizing cries from the fact that they're making this right after their brains are completely fried from trying to finish said final build. Exactly! Apparently they even got letters complaining that the awful excitement completely ruined the solemn feelings they had when the chapter ended. Well, that was a trope of doujin game development at the time, so cut them some slack. Wait, so these after-party things were actually common for these games back then? Maybe I gotta find more sound novels or visual novels from that time period to play. And maybe I'd see it more. Interesting. For those who don't know, a doujin work is a thing someone creates independently and then sells by themselves at event spaces. There's other opinions about what counts as doujin as well. Anyways, since doujin works are typically developed during the creator's spare time, there are no real deadlines. So would fanfiction count as doujin then by that logic? But since the days the events are held on are set well ahead of time... Actually, wait, no, they don't go around selling it. Never mind. That ultimately creates deadlines for them anyway. There we go. Home from work. Welcome back home! Hope traffic wasn't too bad. So everyone ends up working until the deadline is right upon them, and then after an agonizing all-nighter that looks like something straight out of hell, they send it off for printing at the height of their exhaustion. That's why everyone's always burnt out by the time they finish the script. And these afterwords are usually written when they're in that state. Which is why it feels like everyone was always writing things like, good work, I'm tired, or it was hell again. The afterwords from that era had an air of showing off. Like they were bragging about how they didn't get any sleep. I do not understand those people. The ones who brag about not getting any sleep. To me, they might as well be Martians from planet Venus. What a terrible culture, Nipa. They could have just honestly written about that, so why did they instead turn it into these crazy after parties that were all over the place? Well, if the production staff coded in pictures of themselves and said, man, we're beat, they wouldn't be very cute, would it? Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. So please stop uploading this stuff to pirate sites, everyone. Regardless, the atmosphere around Dojin game development back then thought of shaving years off your life as being praiseworthy. Well, you're only able to shave years off when you're still young. That's true. I guess our old man has truly become an old woman. Ah! Want to take it outside, you numbskull of the Valley of the Wind? What was that? My neighbor Dodo Brain? What are we? Okay, the Studio Ghibli puns. They're kind of cute, actually. Studio Ghibli, excuse me. You're the cicada of Ariete. Ariete? Probably still not saying that right. You should do something about your ponyo belly before talking badly about others, sis. You're the one who needs to go on a diet, you Porco Rosso. Porco Rosso. You can't say that one. You can't say that one. And arguments like that used to get even crazier and worse in the after parties of the old days. It actually feels nostalgic. Seeing that craziness again, I mean. Though they calmed down an awful lot in the titles after Higurashi, didn't they? That's because the tea parties that served as the after parties in those games got incorporated into the main story. That's what did away with that wild energy. There were no more after parties in the games that followed, huh? Having not much energy left after going through hell was because of their youth. By the time Yumeneko ended, and the staff moved on to Higanbana and Rose Guns, they were all worn out and withered. Rose Guns, I think that's another thing on my list. I guess youth truly is a limited asset. I always thought people could stay young forever, if only. Depending on their mindset, of course. Believing that youth will last forever is probably another privilege of the young. This has gone kind of dour, I'll say. It reminded me of how old I am. Ha! This isn't what after parties are all about. Let's get our blood pumping. Yes, pay attention. Kei-chan just said something really smart. We can be as dour as we want later, so let's enjoy this moment even more. That's right. People who can't enjoy the present will never be able to enjoy the future that comes after. Depends on the future. Alright, then let's get this after party going. Today I brought a magic box from the ritual storehouse. There's a round hole in the top. It looks like your average raffle box. Inside are pieces of paper with all kinds of topics on them. I get it. So we'll draw one of those slips and then discuss that topic. I'll go ahead and draw the first one then. Here we go. What's it say? What kind of person would you want to marry? Oh, it's embarrassing right from the start. Then let's have Kei-chan be the man and go first. No stereotypical answers either. You have to say what you genuinely feel. What do you mean, no stereotypical answers? Huh? Why are you pinning my arms behind me? Nipa. Here's a treasured injection from the fruity shrine to make you answer honestly. Oh. Truth serum? Stop! 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 Uh-oh. Rika, is that syringe really safe to use on somebody? Of course. The effects are immediate. See, Keiichi's look has already changed. Keiichi-kun, are you okay? You don't feel ill, right? Hey, can you hear us? What kind of person would you want to marry? First, let's start by defining marriage. Are two people married after submitting their marriage registration? If so, then marriage is reduced to an administrative term used by cold-blooded officials. Is that acceptable? No, it's not! Marriage should be defined as when two souls are drawn to each other and vow to spend their lives together. Love is everything. Without love, there can be no marriage. Yet are the gates of marriage open to any two people who love each other? No, it is not open at all. If love is everything, then age, nationality, religion, and even gender should mean nothing in the end. Dear God, I thought this was a truth serum, but it looks to me like you jabbed him with a philosophy serum instead. Since Japan does not allow that, then I can firmly declare that the Japanese definition of marriage is not the same marriage I believe in. No, in fact, even asking both parties to be human is foolish. Humans and animals, or even humans and inorganic creatures, should be able to marry. Finally, someone who gets that we should be allowed to marry Gundams. If both parties love each other, and they're certain of that, then the bond between those two is already eternal. How is that not marriage? How is it not? Now, to return to the question at hand. What kind of person would I, Keiichi Maebara, want to marry? The very question itself is flawed. It's mistaken. Oh my God! You're already being too narrow-minded by limiting it to people. You don't get it! At this point, Keiichi Maebara has already married over 100 wives! Well, look at you go. Building a giant harem here. Of course, they are not people, nor are they animals. Are they body pillows? The one that I married was the one I first married was a silicone. Yeah! Probably a good thing he did not finish that sentence. In all due honesty. I don't really get it, but I think I'll pretend I didn't hear any of that. By silicone, does he mean a doll? Sadako, you should not have finished this sentence for him. Was Keiichi-sen referring to the doll that served as the mother when he played the house as a little boy? No. I don't think whatever doll he may have used, it was his mama doll. That would be scandalous. Keiichi-san is surprisingly pure. I don't know. Incest is a topic that a lot of people find anything but pure. For good reason. Meep. Nipa. Hope you stay this way forever, Sadako. By the way, what kind of person would you want to marry, sis? Me? Well, of course, I'd like someone who's mastered every martial art, has a thorough understanding of cryptography, works for an international spy agency, and why don't you have him also be the CEO of a Fortune 500 company too while you're at it? God damn. I would just want someone who went through school together with me and was always friends with me. Someone who would just turn to me at some point one day and ask, "Do you want to live together?" I think. Ah, the school sweetheart romance, huh? What is that? Reina, that's so plain. I think you should be dreaming a bit bigger. Honestly, it's hardly worth trying to support you, sis. Well then, let's try the next topic. I'll do it. Here we go. It says, this year is Higurashi's 20th anniversary? Huh? That's incredible. We've been around for 20 years by now? Wow, it's already been that long? So basically, to answer the little question that was asked earlier regarding your guys' age, if you count the years you've actually technically been around, you should all be in your late 30s by now, yeah? We've only been able to make it this far thanks to everyone's support. Every now and then I get anxious about what everyone from the Heisei and Rebel eras think about the Showa vibe we have. For one thing, 20 years ago the original author wrote Higurashi thinking it would only get read by people attending Comiket. Culture will change over 20 years. What would pass for a joke 20 years ago is unforgivable now, and the opposite is also true. You do not remind me. Fucking hell. This game is a work of fiction that was written in the 14th year of the Heisei era. I hope those who install this game understand that it was written in a time with a different culture and different values. Anybody with a brain would be able to recognize that. We also cannot guarantee that owning and playing this game will always remain legal in the future Japan. Now that would suck. Though it's a bit crude that we have to make things like that clear at the very beginning now. It may be crude, but that's kind of the era we're heading into. Now anything and everything is permanently recorded in the digital realm until it isn't. And without adding a disclaimer like that, it can be misinterpreted as a reflection of the author's current values. It's also been 20 years for the author since writing Higurashi. I'm sure his thoughts and ideas have changed between then and now. The author even said that he was able to write Higurashi precisely because it was 20 years ago, when he was young. He mentioned that if he tried to write it now, at his current age, then even if the setting was the same, it would end up turning into a completely different story. I could believe that, actually. A lot of how a story is formed is shaped largely by the person who's writing it. Stories are by and large extensions of the authors themselves in some way, shape, or form. After aging 20 whole years, well, a lot would change. All the staff members who endured that agonizing development hell would be 20 years older now, too. Sorry for all the coughing. There's no way they could all just sleep in the same room until it was finished now. Each of them has children, and they have families to spend time with. Not to mention the huge difference in their stamina and concentration between then and now. That said, it's still possible for them to challenge themselves with writing stories that they can only write now after living through the past 20 years, right? That's very true. Though I think it's also incredible that they're still holding on to the energetic feeling that Higurashi had 20 years ago. That's something we can't be grateful enough for. We were only able to reach this 20th anniversary thanks to everyone's support. So thank you very much, everyone. You have no idea how much it means, or how encouraging it is that you all continue to support us, and that people are still enjoying Higurashi even to this day. Well, hey, pat yourselves on the back. You created something timeless for a lot of people. I mean that. Our Hinamizawa may forever be trapped in the 58th year of the Showa era, but we'll stay in good spirits and keep going wild forever. We'll always be full of energy, growing paranoid, reaching level 5. Way to dour the mood, goddamn. And running wild. It would be lovely if we were able to do something special for the 20th anniversary, wouldn't it? I have a few ideas of my own. Well, we don't know if any of them will come to fruition, but it would be lovely if we were able to do something. Then I guess the next one is the last one? Next one? Alright. I'll pick the last... Oh, wait, you mean a topic. I thought they meant there was some other sound novel arc or something that was after. It was like, what? I thought I was done! Alright, I'll pick the last one. Here we go. Huh? The anime. Higurashi Go and Sotsu. Well, look at that. That's our topic. Yes. Let me talk about this first. As Hinamizawa's conscience, I never once developed level 5 symptoms. I was the angel who never doubted her friends. And that's why you are best, girl. I think most of the fans who cheered for me decided to support me because of that. Shi-chan's Hinamizawa syndrome was quite different this time, and it brought out a different kind of fear and sadness. I can't believe you stomped my head in that battle and shoved me into the outhouse. Yeesh. I know, right? That was so gross, wasn't it? The angelic Mion-chan would never be able to do such a thing. Wait, they're not talking about stuff that happens in Go and Sotsu, are they? I'm not getting spoilers, am I? What were you going to do if you made all my fans throughout the nation disgusted with me? That's not what really makes you appealing anyway. I think your true fans enjoy watching you go wild. What's that supposed to mean? Then go ahead and list 10 things that are appealing about me. Okay. I'll start from the head and work my way down. 10? Heh, piece of cake. Huh? First off, the index finger of your right hand is cute, you know. I see Keiichi and I are thinking among similar lines here. Next, the middle finger of your right hand is cute, you know. Next. Kei-chan, you jerk! You had very good for yourself, Mion-san. The things people said about me were awful. That's not true. Your Nini understands you. It was all Rika-chama's fault. In this world, there are just some people who hate studying, no matter how hard you try and make them do it. Meep. For me, the anime was just tragedy after tragedy after tragedy. They're seriously not talking about stuff that happens in Go and Sotsu. Please, right? Could you shut up, please? It was still full of surprising and unexpected scenes, though, so it was a lot of fun. Yeah, according to the author, the anime was full of surprises, even for him. Okay, should I be concerned when the author himself ends up being surprised by what he writes? I mean, you're the author. You should ideally have some idea of how the story goes from beginning to middle to end, right? If you don't know what you're writing, then how will I know? The anime was full of surprises, even for him, so he was able to enjoy it like a normal viewer. Unless he had co-authors writing with him or something. What started as a text-only outline became a series composition outline, and then a script, and then storyboards, and then finally images were animated. Though people imagine scenes differently if it's just text, right? Yep, your imagination has to fill in the blanks when it's only text. So because of that, there were several scenes that shocked even the author. Sometimes it's best to leave it to the experts. Okay, I guess that makes sense then. If it just starts as text and then the author doesn't figure out how these things actually look until they're drawn and animated, then okay, yeah, that would work. That would make sense. Sometimes it's best to leave it to the experts. Besides, things that are fun to read as text and things that are fun to watch as anime are slightly different too. It's more than just slightly. There are some moments when my successive traps can cause an unexpected combo that would shock even myself, despite being the one who set them. One good example is the scene where Mion pounds away at me and stuffs me in the outhouse. The only thing that written in the outline was, she gets dumped in the septic tank. What the hell am I gonna be in for? With Go. The septic tank is beneath the outhouse, so I wasn't wrong at least. Apparently the author had envisioned her removing the lid of the septic tank and dropping her in with a splash. But then that became dumping her through the opening of the toilet. And since that opening wasn't very large, she wouldn't just slip inside, so dear God. That's how it became that famous scene where Rika-chan, who always acts in the shadows and steals the good parts of his smile in a meep or a nipa, gets bashed over and over again. Huh? Famous scene or not, the author was taken aback, but he wanted to make use of the surprising sense of intensity, so it got the all clear. I see. So even the author watched with surprise at the unexpected interpretation of his work. I always thought the authors knew everything about the production process. Yeah, you would think so. And could tell which scene was which with their eyes closed by the time it ended up on TV. There was some of that as well, but I think it's really fun that even the author could be shocked. That's true. It wouldn't really be Higurashi if it couldn't shock the author himself. By the way, it ended with me as an event. Okay, I'm going to just... No. Nope. Nope. I'm skipping this. Fuck it. No. No! I don't know what she ends up as, but I don't want to know. Okay, come on. Get out of here. Okay, so new plan when it comes to this after party thing. I think I will just save this for when I get through Go and Sotsu, because clearly they're going to spend a decent amount of time talking about it, and I don't want to be spoiled any more than I've clearly already have been. Oh, we got credits here. So wait. So was it just this edition of Higurashi and the Cry Hope Plus that has the after party thing in there? Was that written after Go and Sotsu came out and that's why they talked about it? Or was Hope Plus in its entirety did that actually come out after Go and Sotsu? Okay, I guess it doesn't really matter because I'm a little bit mad that I ended up getting a couple spoilers for it regardless, but yeah. Wait, skip? Oh, skip. Okay, I assume you were telling me to skip the credits, right? Oh, hey, we got to see Rika's face now. Yeah. Not happy to get spoilers, some spoilers to Go and Sotsu before I even started the series, but too late for that now, I guess. Okay, I'm kind of tempted, but maybe I should also save the secret staff room for after I complete Go and Sotsu as well, because if there's any spoilers for Go and Sotsu in the secret staff room thing as well, then I'm just gonna be setting myself up for even more trouble, you know? Yeah, I'm just gonna end it here. Fuck it. I'll get through Higurashi Go and Sotsu, and then after that, I'll make a dedicated little short video or something here covering this stuff. Then then I'll be more than happy to write Higurashi off as well and truly done by that point. I did so early on because I heard the music, but it turned out to just be a different variation. Oh, you mean something from Higurashi Go and Sotsu, you mean? Well, I guess because the after party, and I'm going to assume the secret staff room as well, seems to have spoiler information for Go and Sotsu that I'm gonna have to come back and check at some point, likely after I get through both the animes. I guess, technically speaking, we will have one last final installment later on for the sound novels, and then we will truly finally be done with both the sound novels and Higurashi as a whole. But wait, did I just say that? Whatever. I'm a little bit tired at this point. The caffeine from my tea is starting to wear off, so it's for the best. It really is for the best. I just get ready to head off now. Song gave me incredible spoiler vibes. Oh. Well, maybe the credits would have been fine, but whatever. We can check them out another time. Like I said. Well, now I have to start putting Go and Sotsu into action proper now, huh? Gonna need to get my hands on some video files, of them, and then get started on production whenever I can squeeze in the time. It's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out, that's for sure. But for all intents and purposes, the after party and staff room notwithstanding, I'm done with the sound novels. I can't believe I'm actually pretty much done at this point. 5 years, and here I am. Again, I'm not fully out of the woods of Higurashi yet. Not with Go and Sotsu still on the horizon, but still. This series has just taken up so much of my time and attention on this channel that it's gonna feel really strange when I'm finally and truly completely done with it. Because it just feels like something that's just become something of a staple for me, you know? So when the time comes when it's eventually completely done and over with and gone, I'm gonna feel strange about it for a while. I know it. I'm probably for like a few weeks after or whatnot gonna end up thinking, okay, I need to start thinking when I need to get the next Higurashi thing done, and then I have to remind myself, oh wait a minute, you're done with it. I would say more. I would talk more, but maybe I should actually save these thoughts proper for when I actually have to come back. Since there is still technically a little tiny bit left, I'll have to get through first. I'll have to get through after Go and So. Maybe then I'll be able to just really take the time to think about my thoughts on Higurashi as a whole from beginning to end. What I think about it, what I think about the whole thing, etc. In fact, I really need to actually start thinking about that in serious detail now. Because again, I've been covering this series for years at this point, but now that I'm approaching the end, I need to actually take a serious time to really reflect on everything. Yumineko. Same author, you'll be fine. Well, again, Yumineko tends to have people sing its praises almost everywhere I hear it. Even though it doesn't seem to be quite as popular as Higurashi. I'm pretty reasonably sure I'm going to enjoy it. Especially if it's anything like Higurashi. I have little doubt about that. Again, it's just gonna be weird when I'm actually completely done with Higurashi itself, given how long I've been covering it. Well, I think I might as well just go ahead and bring tonight's stream to a close, and actually start doing some thinking. Like I said, not only from my experience with this series as a whole, leading up to this point, at least when it comes to visual novels, but I also now gotta start thinking about how exactly I'm going to now start tackling Go and Sotsu. I'm probably gonna be a bit busy in the next coming weeks with that. Higurashi is easy to get people into. Fans have trouble finding things to say about Yumineko without spoiling. Oh, so it's even more spoiler heavy than even Higurashi, huh? Well, I'm sure I'll understand why soon enough. Especially once we get through Go and Sotsu. I really wish I had more to say right now. And I honestly wish I even felt I felt 100% right now. But you know, being sick and all that, I mean, it even makes just talking normally how I would just a bit of a pain in the ass. Yeah, I really think it's for the best that for now I just bring this to a halt. I have an excuse to come back to the after party in the secret staff room here later on, so we're not done with this. And we certainly won't be done until after we get through Go and So regardless. So I'll have plenty of time to get my thoughts in order by then. So with all that being said, what are my thoughts on the art on what are my thoughts on why am I forgetting its name now? Mehagashi. What are my thoughts on Mehagashi? Well, Mehagashi, I think, still doesn't quite match up to Higurashi when it comes to the fan service episodes or fan service arcs that we've covered before. I think Higurashi was still easily the best one out of all of them. It was the most funny. It had the most titillation, so to speak. And it just had overall the most fun atmosphere out of all of them. And don't get me wrong, they were all fun. They were all scandalous in probably the best ways, the most funny ways imaginable. But I was kind of hoping that Mehagashi would find a way to surpass Higurashi for me when it comes to everything that I liked about that arc. But I mean, hey, again, it definitely wasn't bad for what it was, for sure. At least it wasn't the disappointing arc that what was it called? Let me see if I can find it. It's really hard for me to keep track of of every single one of these arc names. There's just so many of them. At least I didn't end up being disappointed with it like I was with Hiro Kawashi, both versions of that one. And Batsukoshi was rather short, but that I also found myself being a bit disappointed by that one because of its length. Still good though. I guess I would place Mehagashi above both of those ones in a lot of respects. Other than that here, I mean, I don't really think I have really anything meaningful to say in regards to the content of the episode itself, other than it was just pure stupid fun. It was basically, in a lot of ways, from what I've noticed, somewhat of a role reversal in regards to the premise of Higurashi. It literally is what it is, and you either like that sort of thing or you don't. And, well, I liked it, so there you go. Not as much as Higurashi, but I still liked it plenty enough. About as good and entertaining of a note to officially, well, unofficially rather in this case, end the sound novels on as any. Yeah, there's a lot that can be spoiler. Even the image of a character could be a massive spoiler. Well, I mean, that by itself is also comes with the territory with spoiler heavy games in a nutshell too. Especially depending on whether or not the character's design is in any way related to the story in question. Like, I don't know, maybe a person has a literal third eye on their head or something like that, and that third eye is a significant plot point for the story being told, you know? And that in of itself, once you see it, will clue you in real quick, like, hey, there's something very unusual about this character and how they look. All right, I gotta get ready for bed because I got work in the morning, and like I said, we'll come back to the after party in the staff room once I get through Higurashi Go and Sotsu. I'm going to now officially start production on episodes for that series. Hopefully, they will turn out to everybody's liking. It's going to be a new type of content for me to cover, an anime show. I'm hoping I'll be able to make it. I hope I'll be able to make it good to everybody's liking. So that being said, whenever I can start getting the first episodes for those shows out, I will see you all again when I eventually officially start publishing episodes for Higurashi When They Cry Go, followed by Higurashi When They Cry Sotsu. In the meantime, though, when I'm not working on Go and Sotsu, I will still be doing streams for Noelle and the Mortal Fate, Silent Hill 2 Remake, whatever is left of that, and Steins Gate. You all have an excellent night or morning or whatever part of the world that you happen to be in. For those of you who are tuning into this stream and are just now finishing it with me. And I will see you all next time. Have a good night and take care, everybody.